thought for a second you. Oh, nope, 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 nope.
Hello and welcome. You can't see me because I have cast greater invisibility. I don't know what my camera's doing, but I'm not really here, I guess. Welcome. This is Appalachian Dragons, where me and my favorite backwoods bastards get together. We like to play
Dungeons and Dragons?
Dungeons and Dragons.
You cut out right in the.
Yeah,
in the
we lost the
like
end of it there.
Dungeons, second version.
Oh, well. We are on session 21 of our campaign, Tyranny of Flagons. Where we last left off, the Lords of Nightstone had just traveled to the Cloppen Vale to convince Old Snarl himself to join their cause. After successfully convincing him to fight against Tiamat to prevent her and other Great Worms from deposing him, he also bargained with them to trade the hoard that had been gathered for an airship, specifically one of the cultists' airships. The party took him up on that deal, and as they were about to leave the cavern, received a panicked message from Sephine that the obsidian dragon had escaped. She did add a little bit of extra information that they weren't sure how it got out, but she's certain that nobody else had came into her demiplane. The party then boarded their new ship and found that it was rather nice. Very nice digs for a secondhand ship. Finding it clad in dragon hide and the sails made of dragon wings, meaning that it was fireproof, it was sturdy, it was bigger than the Wyvern, and had a few extra features. One of which being a harpoon on the front, or a greater ballista on the front that could be used as a harpoon to try to reel in foes. The party did some investigating on the ship and found a captain's quarters with a sending stone, as well as a crystal that, when they touched it, triggered a few flashing lights on a map on the wall. This showed the location, the party later learned, of 4 other ships of this similar make. This ship, the Red Wing, was shown with a blinking light, and the party determined that this was the Gatestone, but weren't quite sure how to use it. After doing a bit of investigating and poking around the ship, they found quite a few things. They found some cultist robes, which they can use as disguises later. They also found that the ship was powered by 3 fire elementals, which Yuan had a couple of conversations with. And lastly, they found that there was a stowaway aboard. The party discovered that one of the cultists had been hiding out in the ship when it was captured by Cloth some 3 weeks ago, living on stale food and a whole barrel of rum, it would seem. But then again, if you were in his shoes, tell me you wouldn't drink. Come on. The party was able to interrogate some information out of him, telling him that they would keep him alive as long as he proved useful. He did his best to do exactly that, telling them that the sending stone on the captain's desk was tied to the other 4 ships, and allowed them to see locations even when they were far apart. Goldbrand used his sickle to pluck the stone from the desk and throw it into the bag of holding, effectively removing them from the map while still allowing them to see the other 4 ships. The party then did some tinkering with the crystal, and after flying out of the cave, were able to successfully teleport to Waterdeep. The party met up with their crew of the Westwind Wyvern, as well as their friends at the Flagon Dragon, and the crew immediately set to work getting munitions and stores. The party did a little bit of shopping. I think we got 5 wands of magic missile, so all 5 of you should have that on your character sheet. It does not require attunement, and as an action, you can get, I think it's a 7th level, for free. So, why not? Or you can break it up into smaller portions, obviously. You also picked up a wand of binding and a couple extra arrows of dragon slaying. The party boarded the Red Wing, as it is now called, and made their way to the city of Everaska, finding it absolutely devastated. The city itself had been eviscerated, and they followed a trail of undead that seemed to have been walking down from the north. As they drew closer, they saw signs of arcane magic, hopped off the ship, and decided to sneak up closer to where they could get eyes on the necromantic forces at work. Upon seeing them and landing down, the party unfortunately had their location given away, and the enemies quickly rallied against them. And before too long, a Draco-Lich emerged from the moor itself. This undead draconic foe wreathed itself in shadows and is accompanied, is the word, by 2 half-dragons, who seem to be high-ranking members of the Cult of the Dragon, as well as a few scattered undead. And that is where we left off last week on Tyranny of Flagons.
Yuan can go to hell, though.
Hello, and welcome. We are back. We are going to pick up right in the middle of the fight. We are currently at the top of initiative, which I need someone to volunteer to roll a d4 for me. Who wants to? Brandon, you weren't here last week. Oh, there we go.
Sorry. Said volunteer.
A 3. Ooh.
That's right, it
Interesting.
wasn't a D6 to roll the breath weapon again.
Mm-hmm. Just do that on his turn.
That'll be in a second, yeah. Okay. Devin, or Goldbrand, rather, you see that rising from the murky swamp water, you see 2 wraith-like figures. I'm gonna pop these both up here as 2 banshees arise from the swamp. These 2 are going to join us in initiative, but that won't be until after Brandon goes.
Where's the
Dawnbringer,
second
what you
one?
got?
This is the first one.
One is down by Ark, and one is up by Goldbrand.
Can I see through these trees to Goldbrand and all them?
Yeah, I will say it won't obstruct line of sight. It might be used as like quarter cover or something, maybe half cover, if you're trying to fire stuff through it. But as far as friendly spells are good.
5-foot squares?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'm going to Misty Step out of there.
Nice. Where are you bumping?
And these are 2 enemies right here, or Blue's ally?
Both of those are enemies. One is a
That's also
one is a
Goldbrand's.
death wisp, and
It's also
one
Goldbrand's
is a
maelstrom.
ground assassin. Is what that the other guy is. The green circle is the maelstrom. Correct.
Goldbrand
What
is
does that do?
Goldbrand's floating over it. It's essentially like a whirlpool. It pulls them to the middle. If you can throw some shit in there, they'll have to make saves and take damage. But if you land in there, you're going to be in. You need to probably land around it or fly over top of it, which is what Goldbrand's doing. You can Misty Step
Yeah,
there over top of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Ball?
You have wings, my guy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you can still Misty
Topaz
Step.
wings.
You can Misty Step to them. Just make sure it's like 5 feet off the ground. You know, within 5 feet of them to smack them, etc., etc.
I think I'm gonna go over to Ark.
Yeah.
Let's see. 20, 30. We'll say right here. And then I actually get 5 feet within this new wraith. Try to swing twice on it.
Yeah. Go ahead and pop your swings.
That's going to be disadvantage.
Yes, you are frightened, so you are going to swing with disadvantage at everything within this radius, or excuse me, at everything.
That's
A 16 will hit. They are not very well armored.
For 18 damage.
18, and it's magical, so it doesn't get resisted. Fantastic. Does a chunk of their health right off the bat.
I was looking to see if, yeah, my what is it called? Flourishes are not a bonus action. All right, I'll just second hit. Sorry.
No worries. I'm getting their hit points out of Yeah, swing, motherfucker.
Wow,
18 and... Yeah, oh, yeah, hell yeah. That's 4 18s in a row. 3 of them on 20s, 1 for damage. That's funny. Roll damage again.
Clicking it. It's not okay.
Oh, there you go. Very solid hit. I like to think that Davos just sees this Draco Lich before him and blips out just right as this Banshee is rising up from the muck, and just out of a panic just swings a flurry of slices. But you do a solid chunk, dealing about half of its damage. It goes from full health to bloodied very quickly. You can move, you just can't. Fantastic. Pandora, what would you do?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I was looking at a lot of my stuff on the thing is bonus action. Okay, so I am currently looking at my last stealth. I think I'm going to shoot this guy. Yeah, we're just gonna take out the riffraff, so I'll give him a pew. Let's roll.
Fantastic.
That was a 29 to hit.
I'm fairly certain you were hidden, yeah.
Yeah, I had a stealth score of 27.
Ooh.
So that was 14 piercing, 38 for my sneak attack.
A devastating shot. This Dragoon is not looking that great. Bonus action?
Ooh, since I hit him, can I expend a charge to see if I can finish him off? He's awful close.
Yeah, no, you can. I think the average damage did it for you. We'll see a flex on your side.
Yeah, you can expend up to 2. I just want to do the 1. Take an extra. Is it 1d10 or 2d10 for just 1 charge?
I think it's 2d10, but it should say on the item.
It looked like it. So, oh wow, so 15.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. You watch as this. Let me double check to make sure it doesn't have a thing. He's already used his 1 thing. Cool. You watch as this half dragon takes the shot through the chest, and his body is whipped fully around by the force of this, and he lands face down in the water. Fantastic. Pandora, you have a bonus action, I assume, to hide, and you can move, just not toward the thing. Also, Devos, you can roll a wisdom check. I think it's a DC 20 to try to not be frightened. Then you're good, Pandora.
I'm not. I'm like I lost.
I was saying
last session.
I was saying for Davos.
But I will hide again. Oh, for Davos, gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna hide kind of, I guess, over here. Reroll.
Do you have something, Josh?
No, I'm good.
As you pull away, Barbara, you're actually leaving the range of that dragon. I think he's going to take his reaction. Yeah, I think he'll take his reaction to try to get a swing at you before you disappear again. Let me see, Draco Lich. Where's my Draco Lich? There he is. Let's say, I think he's going to go with a bite attack. Tell me, Barbara, does a 34 hit?
Jesus Christ, you know that hits.
Yeah, I just never get to ask. It's fun. If you will take a total, unless you have resistance to piercing or lightning, a total of 31 points of damage.
I have an uncanny dodge.
Ooh, you're going to take half, so instead of 31, you're going to take 15.
Yay.
As we round to Goldbrand, I think he's actually going to take a legendary action. Because that was just a reaction. Yeah, let's do legendary. I think he's going to go for a spell. Oh. That's a little meta-y. Oh, that one's touch anyway. Okay, in that case, he's going to cast an Ice Storm. 20-foot radius. I think he's going to go... There's not really a good spot with all of you. They are pretty scattered about. But there's a better cluster down here. The terrain within this lower circle here becomes icy and difficult. Can I get Davos and Arcanox to make a dexterity saving throw for me? I will get that Banshee and that Drowned Pirate as well. Davos, that is certainly a pass. Arcanox, unfortunately, that is not. However, you know what? With that nat 20, Davos, I'm going to say that as you step back, you see this particularly large ice chunk hurtling towards Arcanox, and with that 20, you're just going to have just enough oomph to give him a little bit of a shove. Arcanox, roll one more dex save. Oh, close. Very close, but I think his DC is... Oh, it's higher than 20, excuse me. In that case, Arcanox, you are going to take... Oh, you rolled like shit for damage. You're only going to take 13 points of damage. Davos...
That only takes... That's not too bad.
Oh, because yours is automatically calculated. Davos, you're only going to take half of that. You're going to take 6 points of cold damage. Oh, and Arc, you resist part of that. So you're actually only going to take 8 points of damage. Excuse me. So add yourself back 5 if you already took that off. As we go to Goldbrand. What you got, Gully Boy?
Second. What's your dexterity score are you on? Do you technically get to go first?
My dex is +1.
You get to go first.
Joey, that
Really?
ice was magic attack?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just double check. Right.
Yeah.
Because we're both on initiative count 20. That's how you break that tie.
Whoever is ready can go.
Okay,
Just to
I'll
keep
go.
things rolling.
I'm gonna take the opportunity attack from this guy because I want to line up my shot. I'm gonna move here.
Yeah, sure. That's Death Wisp. Actually, you do not leave his range. He technically has a pike, so you are still within 10 feet of him.
Okay, I'm gonna cast lightning bolt straight in a line through this guy, and the dragon.
Fantastic. What are you doing, lightning?
I think we've rolled I could do this before. Can I do force damage? I like the idea of it not being visible, just like a crackling something shoots through the air.
Have you unlocked that one yet? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. I think what we did is actually, I think I just did thunder damage last time. We flavored it as that-ish.
I will say, no, I'll allow it. We'll say you're tapping into some of those dark forces and shit you shouldn't know. And yeah, go ahead and roll damage. I will roll their saves. Just to be clear, that was these two. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. That was these two here, and then the Draco Lich, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. The Draco Lich has spell resistance. Ooh, a nat 20 on a second one. The Death Wisp got a 12, and Resmir.
The Draco Lich got a 20?
A natural 20, yes, sir.
Oh,
is
what
he
are
gonna
you
do it?
You on?
Like,
What?
What are you doing?
Lightning bolt.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
And with the
Maybe
nat
save it for
20
something a little higher.
Yeah, with a
Right.
nat 20, that roll's going to be ridiculous.
well, for Davos is a thing now that can turn a 20 into a 1 or a 1 into a 20 once a day. So he's looking at trying to fuck over the dragon.
Yeah, but
What
not for a lightning bolt.
No, I got you. Yeah, he is going to take half that damage instead, so that would be 18. So that would be fantastic. He's gonna take the full amount. And then he's also gonna take the full amount. Fantastic. A burst of energy shoots out from Yuan and concussively knocks back Resmir and the other one. The dragon seems to take it in stride and gives you a bit of a glare as he settles his gaze on you. Bonus action.
Bonus action. I'm gonna move back into the shroud so that I am masked, and then I'm gonna shadow step way over here.
I guess that's not closer to the Draco Lich, so that's good.
I tried to measure it like from a ruler. I tried to do like a little. I was
I
like
saw
a
that,
squared
yeah.
plus b squared equals c squared. Let's see what the like.
Pythagorean. Fantastic. You've used your bonus action. You can move as long as you don't move toward the thing. Make a wisdom save. Goldbrand, your move.
Okay, with that, I think with that little help he got, Goldbrand is going to. He's 40 feet in the air, so he's going to move 35 feet. Make sure my axe is only 5 feet. 35 feet back down to this guy here. And then I'm going to take 2 attacks with it. Man, I'm going to reckless, is what I'm trying to get at.
You know.
So here's the first one. So, and the reason I'm reckless in these is because I'm doing the Great Weapon Master thing. I guess I need to call that out ahead of time, huh? So,
That's
27
sweet,
minus
hit.
10 is 17?
That meets. Just barely.
It may be minus
Fantastic.
5 because it's plus 10. So, it's 29 damage total.
Fantastic. Cool,
I'll
cool.
double
Second
check
swing.
that in just a second, but let me do this.
I think you are correct.
It is. It's the same as sharpshooter.
Oh. Oh, my.
Oh!
So, that's going to be 20 plus 8 plus 10.
No, turn into a 1. I'm kidding.
Davos
Oh,
is the villain all along.
fantastic. Davos, Goldbrand, how do you want to do this?
Yeah, so Goldbrand gets hit by the breath weapon, looks around, sees like the dead rising and his whirlpool going, just all this shit going on. He goes, and then literally like swoops down like a hawk and just cuts this guy down. He's sick of this shit. Like 2 big swings, like big cleaves through each shoulder. And then I'll go back up 5 more feet because I have that room to get off the ground further up. And no bonus action because I got to keep this form to fly.
Fantastic. How far off the ground are you, my guy?
I would be 10 feet now.
10 feet. Fantastic. Both of the half-dragons lie in the mud and muck. The Death Wisps, however, are going to get their go. I think there's only 2 of these. When it starts its turn, it technically flies. Does the Maelstrom affect it? I was thinking about this when I was listening to the recap.
I guess
If
it
it's
depends
difficult
on where
terrain.
It is, but I guess that depends. He's in it, so like, I imagine.
Yeah,
he
I think
has
he would
to-
have to make the save and be subject to the damage, but I don't think the
Yes.
difficult terrain would affect him.
I agree,
What's
because it
what's
has a
your
fly speed.
DC?
22. Let me put that spell back in chat. I'm working on
I was about to say, I think that's a dex. I'll wait till you pop it back up.
it. It's a strength for this one.
Strength. Thank you, sir. Oh, that is a good one. What's your DC?
22.
So, I've been very generous with 20s, so I'm gonna take this, but he got a natural 20, but it's a total of 18. Because he's not a strong boy. He is pretty close to the center of this, though. Let me see this.
He'll move 10 feet. Back towards him. Well, if you want to rule, he doesn't get pulled because he doesn't have a flying speed.
Because of the 20, I would say that he would be pulled. He just wouldn't have the difficult terrain. Because of the nat 20, though, I've been very generous with 20s for you guys, so I think we're going to do the same for him and count that as a success. Remind me when we get to the other 2 undead that are in this, though. He also has a fly speed, so he's going to come up on you. I think he gets 2 of these. Yeah. He's going to go in with 2 life drain attacks. Is a 23 hit?
He gets advantage on these. It does.
Ooh, thank you for that. I'll roll again for the second swing. Does a 22 hit?
It does.
I need you to take a total of a total of 41 necrotic. If you're still raging, you're only gonna take half of that.
No, I'm
I need you to
straight
make
on the spell.
I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws, and then a concentration check. 2 concentration checks, I guess.
Oh, gross.
Ew.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Goldbrand, you feel as this thing reaches into your chest, and you feel as your blood runs cold. You crunch a bit, and for a split second, you see Hydia behind this thing. As you were drawn a little closer to the void. Goldbrand, not only do you take that 41 points of damage, your hit point maximum goes down by 41.
Damn.
Sorry, I'm sure set that override max HP.
Just do it on your token. So, like, instead of 203, it would be 162. Additionally, because you failed your concentration check, your Maelstrom will depart.
Indeed.
If I can get my thing to actually do that. There we go. Rough turn of events for the Gully Boy. that brings us to the Draco Lich itself. He... Let's see. There's the Ice Storm he's made down here. Actually, right before his turn, he's going to take a legendary action to use Detect for his second. Let me jot that down. Barbara, don't tell me just yet.
Rude.
Did you roll higher than a 26 on your stealth?
Yes.
I figured you did. I don't think you physically can roll. Yeah, fantastic. So he tries to search for it. He does not find you. He does see that Yuan has moved. And I think he's going to take full advantage of that. Goldbrand looks like he is pretty fucked up. I don't think he's too worried about him. Pandora is unseen to him. Goldbrand's got quite a few enemies on him, too. Yeah, I think he is going to... he will rise up. I think he has 120 feet. He has 80 feet. He is going to reposition himself over here, flying over you all and coming down. And then he's going to unleash a flurry of blows. I think that... Oh, actually, before anything, I'm sorry. I'm going to roll a d6.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4, so no lightning breath. So you're lucky for now.
For now.
I think I am going to reposition him just slightly so he can reach Arcanox as well. This first one's going to be for, let's say, Yuan, Davos, Arc, in that order. And that's Bite, Claw, Claw. Does a 26 hit a Yuan? I know it do. I just like to ask.
It does.
Do you resist lightning damage innately?
Do.
You do. So in that case, you're going to take 25 points of damage total. Davos is a 23 hit. I think it does.
Does not.
And I don't think a 22 hits an Arcanox either.
Fuck no, it don't.
Fantastic. He comes in and he swings about, but he only makes purchase on one of his blows. That is going to bring us to you, Arcanox. What you got going on, homie?
All right. Well. Ooh, I think I'm still afraid of this dragon. Technically, I don't think I did the roll last time.
Oh, I think you're correct. So you can't move toward it, but you could hit with Dredge from that distance.
No, I absolutely could. Let me do that. I'm gonna do 2 of my range attacks with Dredge.
I am going to just verbalize. I am just going to verbalize this real quick. The Banshee is immune to ice or cold damage, so it's not going to take anything from the ice storm that the dragon put down. The Drowned Assassin, however, is not. So I'm going to roll his save real quick. He rolled in that one, and that's enough to finish him off. So that clears that enemy off of you, Arc. Yeah, both of those swings hit. Or no. Yeah, no, the 21 meets, so both of those hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Those 2.
And one more swing and a bonus action.
I'm gonna swing with Dredge one more time. God damn.
Oh yeah, get it, dude. Roll that crit. So instead of an 11, that's actually going to be a 15. So 15 points added onto that, and a bonus action.
Hold on one sec. Where was it? Oh my god. My Beyond is not working. Okay, whatever. Alright. With my bonus action, I'm gonna pop Smoke and Cinders.
Ooh, hell yeah. Bump the AC up a couple of points and create an aura of shadow around you. Oh, speaking of aura of shadow, as you lash out, or as the dragon appears, first of all, you feel this chill emanating from it. I'm not sure if y'all can see this aura. I mean, make sure you can. There we go. because of the shadowy effects that cling to him, as you strike him, you're going to take a little bit of necrotic damage and bite back. Let me see. I think it's whenever a creature within 10 feet hits you, it's 2d8. You technically had 3 hits, which would be 68. That seems a little broken, so I'm going to say cut the difference and make it a 3d8. I need you to take 21 points of necrotic damage as this energy lashes at you as you strike the dragon. You can move, but you can only move further away. And then when you're done, make a wisdom saving throw, DC of 20.
Look at me. 10, damn.
Goldbrand, you watch as this banshee that has arisen from the you watch as this banshee that has arisen from the soil lays back its head and screeches. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me. And it's funny, Barbara, this thing can't see you. You are 35 feet away, and this is a 30-foot radius, so just barely. Goldbrand, you're going to take 10 points of psychic damage. For you, only take 5, thanks to the Emerald Mask, as the Banshee lets out a mournful wail. The other Banshee, I think, is going to do the same thing. Let me see here. Yeah, I think it is. I need Davos and Arcanox to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Gladly.
Fantastic. 2 saves. Each of you is going to take 10 psychic damage. This does not have a very high DC, but I will tell you for very good reason. A Banshee has a wail that when you fail it, you drop to 0 hit points. Does not matter how many hit points you have, it drops you to 0. Fantastic. As the Banshees go, the drowned assassins are going to go. You are technically 10 feet up. Correct, Davos? Or excuse me, correct, Goldbrand?
Yes, sir.
Give me 1 second. This thing does have a bounds together. I think the first one is going to make a perception check.
Bet.
Oh, it's a 20, so nowhere near enough.
Nope.
The other one, it's funny too, because they have an ability that they communicate with each other. And I was like, oh, if one can find her with its action, the other one can get her. But nope. It does have a crossbow though, so it's going to take 2 shots at Goldbrand. Oh, first one's a 7, a 21.
Yes.
Okay, that is going to be, you resist damage, so instead of 9, you're going to take 5 points of damage altogether for that second shot. Oh, you actually had reckless attack, so it has advantage. So that was the first swing. Here's the second swing. Or I guess I was re-rolling the first swing, but it doesn't hit anyway, so you're fine. That is both of the drowned pirates and the banshees. As we return to the top of initiative, I need everyone to roll a Constitution save.
Ew.
Pass. Fail.
I'm gonna
Pass.
use a lucky point on that one.
Yeah, I think you only have like 1 or 2 left. Yeah.
Everybody
One,
within
you-
range.
yeah.
Everybody within range of Ben gets to add stuff to that. He has.
That
an
is correct.
aura.
Davos
Alright.
gets to add +4.
What's the range?
So
on
let's see the way this shakes out. The DC was 17. So Goldbrand passes, Pandora and Arcanox pass. Yuan and Davos both fail. Yuan and Davos, you hear as this thunderous boom radiates throughout this swamp as the Drakhorn is sounded. As this happens, it causes each of you to cringe up, and neither one of you can use reactions until the top of the next round. As we go to Pandora, how do you proceed, Pandora?
Should be Davos
Alright.
first. I don't know why he keeps moving.
Right.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I thought that was before me.
I don't know why it's dumb. Davos, and then Pandora.
This black aura around the dragon, is that an automatic wisdom check aura? Is that his
No,
fear?
it's a couple of things. It's and I forgot about this earlier, but that's fine. It technically heavily obscures him, meaning that anyone who wants to hit the dragon has disadvantage, even if you're not frightened. It also seems to have a lashback effect to where when it is hit, the darkness lashes back out at you. And I will say, you noticed this. You used Light of Lathander on this last time, and it seems to be resistant to the Radiant. Roll a History or an Arcana check for me. Oh, that's solid. Yeah. You know that Draco Liches should not be resistant to radiant damage. So you think that this aura is providing it with a resistance. It is technically concentrating on that, and I will have it roll a check. Thing is, its save on this is so high, and it didn't take a lot of damage, like from a single hit. 10, 9, and then we doubled that for 15. So all of them would just be DC 10, and its bonus makes it to where it's going to be above a 10 anyway. I will roll just to see if it gets a 1, but I do not suspect that it will fail this. 3 checks, all 3 above a 10. Davos, what do you do?
Torn between letting Goldbrand die and letting myself die.
If Goldbrand has to be the yo-yo for y'all to kill the dragon, I won't be upset.
Everybody, JoJo picking Goldbrand, but Oliver, you're actually taking care of the problem.
So he didn't take any damage from Light of Lathander at all?
He was resistant, not immune.
Okay. I think I'll still try to bonus action.
Yeah, and that's now a radius that hits in all directions and does not harm allies. So definitely worth it. Constitution save.
20.
And that's not that's a Banshee. Barrel roll. The Banshee fails. It does not have resistance or immunity. Yeah, it does not have resistance or immunity to Radiant. The dragon does pass, so it's going to take half. Banshee is also blinded and in pretty rough shape.
And I'll woe the dragon's roll.
You can, but I won't tell you. Well, I will tell you it's possible. I'm not going to be an asshole. I don't want you to waste it.
It is possible?
It is possible, yeah.
I'll give it a try.
It does have legendary resistances, but sometimes it's worth it just to burn the resistance.
5 plus 5? Minus 5? Pardon?
Minus 5 would normally do it. So it had a 23. That would bump it down to an 18. So instead, it's going to have legendary resistance absorbed to use that. And then it's going to make again, it has to make a DC 12, or excuse me, a DC 10. It has to roll in that one to drop its concentration on this. Davos, that was your bonus action. Go ahead and go for your action.
If I have disadvantage because I'm afeared, and I have disadvantage to hit him, is that like tripled?
Just single disadvantage. It doesn't stack.
All right.
If you had something that gave you advantage, it would still be disadvantage because it would like nullify. But
right. All right. I'll just try a swing at disadvantage. Son of a bi.
Oh no! You know what's funny? You could turn that natural 20 into a 1, but it would be it wouldn't help you at all.
I need to roll a nat 1 on the disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly. An 18 does not hit, unfortunately. Second swing.
There would have been another crit.
33.
Oh.
Is that a nat 1? That's a nat 1 that I'm turning into a nat 20.
Yeah. Go ahead and just hit that top crit. Use that for damage because it'll do the math for us.
Then you can hit that like and subscribe right after.
There's no
Damn,
way.
that's right, Barbara. Damn right.
way that's
Fantastic.
12 damage.
20 damage. The blade drives into it. Are you?
And you know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I was about to say before I deduct this. Go ahead.
Now, it's gonna negate the crit if you smite it because it's resistant.
It is resistant, but if he hits it real big with this hit, chances are it makes it harder for it to pass its con save for it. So little column A, little
I
column
see
B.
what you're saying. So what he's saying
You
is
could
if
also
do
do a different type of smite.
Oh, it's not radiant.
Yeah, you have used your bonus action. Some of them do require a bonus action.
Yeah, I was about to say the regular one is just to use is radiant damage.
It's just a free one, yeah.
But he does have a good point that if you still chunk it for a big amount, it has to roll higher on its concentration check. It just won't be
I'm
double
gonna do,
because it's resistant.
Divine Smite at 4th level.
Yeah, smack.
Make sure, because it says what the max Divine Smite is 68.
This is technically an undead, so I think you get to add an extra one to it, don't you?
Right.
Extra
So it
1d8.
says for a max of 5d8. Does that mean?
Yours is more though. You have an ability, I think.
Yeah, I just typed in Brandon. Goddamn Davos. The Dawnbringer. Let me look at that sword real quick there, bud.
Right, but for Divine Smite itself, it says you could cast it up to a max of a 5d8. So that'd be
Yeah, but I think that, let me see. Once per rest, you may cast Divine Smite or Banishing Smite at the 5th level without expending a spell slot.
Sweet, I'm gonna do that then.
It gains an additional benefit. Divine Smite loses its damage cap for this strike and is even more effective against dark creatures, dealing 8d8 radiant damage, or 10d8 if the target is a fiend or undead. So you get to do 10d8 for free. This is the free charge in the sword.
Alright, that's what I'm doing.
Hell yeah, brother.
Fuck yeah, dude. 10d8. Let's see it.
Please.
Where's the d8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lame.
That is a little underwhelming. However, 36. It would have been 72, but just a flat 36. So that's gonna be
56.
so now 56. Half of that would be 23 or 28. So that is possible for it to make.
Half because of slashing resistance.
Because it's radiant resistance.
Well, the slashing
took the-
damage was the 20.
But it took the full 20. It does not have
Right.
slashing resistance.
Right. Okay.
And
so
then it took the 36 as it is because it doesn't. It would have doubled and then been cut in half, so effectively 36. So it has to make a DC 28. I'll roll this in front of the board because this is semi-high stakes. Because if not, Davos is going to get a little bit of lashback from this.
I'm sad that I used my woe.
So it's a D20. It has a plus 15, so it has to roll a 13 or higher. An 11. Is it going to use its legendary resistance?
This is not. Oh, well, it's not the same, is it? It's not a.
It's a Constitution check is a type of saving throw because it's a Constitution saving throw.
I see. Okay, I agree with that.
Double check me on that, but I'm going to count it for now. If not, we'll drop it later.
Can you use multiple ones per round? Technically, it's the top of the new
Resistances?
round.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't
Resistances
matter
don't
anyway.
count as a reaction. It's just a free thing.
Yeah,
Whenever it
okay.
makes a saving throw, it can choose to do that. That does put it down to its last resistance, though. Because of this, Davos, you hit it just the one time, right? Yeah, because the first time was a swipe. So you're not going to take nearly as much as you dealt to it. However, it is going to lash back out with 2d8. My good sir, if you will do me a favor and take, only 3 points of necrotic damage. That's your action, bonus action. You can move as long as you don't move toward it. And Pandora, what you got?
I would like to put a brief pause.
Alright.
That I've only got to the AI overview, but it says monsters cannot use legendary resistances on concentration checks.
I do not trust the AI.
I'm gonna keep.
It's funny. Matt Mercer in Critical Role, their latest episode, or I guess the week before, had a similar issue where someone wanted to use Spell Sniper. He wanted to use Spell Sniper for Counterspell, but Spell Sniper specifies an attack roll. But the AI told him it could do it, but the actual answer was no.
It seems the actual answer is that they can use it. Like I said, I want
That
to
they
keep
can?
looking.
Yeah, AI is trash. Burn it to the ground.
What's half
Fantastic.
3 damage? I'm necrotic resistant.
Technically, we round in the favor of the player, so that's just a 1 damage.
All right, thanks.
I love that. Oh, Barbara, what you got, homie?
Okay, so my roll 20 took a whole dump, and it isn't even opening on my Chrome. But
I had your
I know
sheet
what
up
my
if you want me
plan
to roll.
was.
Yeah.
Well, I've got my sheet. I just don't have roll 20. I don't have the map.
Do
Oh,
you know how
okay.
far you are from it?
So there's the dragon that's got Davos you want an arc all around it, and there's Goldbrand surrounded by about 5 dead.
Yeah, I was gonna shoot. There was 2 banshees, correct? There was that blue-looking one that was over,
Yeah.
kind of creeping towards Goldbrand.
Yes.
There's
ma'am.
one near Goldbrand that's at full health, and there's one near Davos that's pretty close to dead.
There is only one enemy close enough to hit Goldbrand. Is that correct? That's flying in the air with him.
Technically, the other 2 have ranged attacks, but only one is within like attack of opportunity range.
I'm just scared of that banshee shrieking. That's all I'm saying. You know,
Light 'em
that's
up.
pretty.
That's a legitimate fear.
Yeah.
Also,
no, I don't,
shout out to
I
The
don't
Witcher
want
for making Banshee scary again. Sorry, continue.
to make banshee scary again. All right. Okay, so my plan was to hit the one that's close to full health.
Cool.
I
Okay.
am going to hold on. There was a way I was going to do this. Where was it? Okay, so I was going to hit it, I guess, with.
Oh. I'm sorry, I just lost anything you just said. I heard I was gonna hit it with, and then it all cut out.
I see what. I'm going to hit it with 2 charges. Let me see if that rolled. Is it able to roll?
I can roll it for you if you need me to.
That's weird. It won't even let me roll like independently on my sheet.
Huh.
Hmm.
That's kind of weird. I'll roll for
Yeah,
you.
no.
You're good. A 22 will certainly hit. And you said 2 charges?
I am sneak. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sneaky,
yes.
and then 2 charges on it.
Bueno. I think
So
that's
that's
4d10. Yeah. I'll roll that for you as well.
I'm just gonna restart my
Ooh!
computer and hope for the best.
2 10s and 2 1s. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. So that
You
is
know, I'll take
10, 43, 65 points of damage. You know what, Barbara? This thing would have been in single digits. You decimate it. Your arrow spirals through the air. Goldbrand, you feel it cut past you. I like dramatically as you're flailing about trying to fend all these ghosts off, it grazes by your cheek as it pierces into the Banshee's open wailing mouth, and it dissolves into ectoplasm as she destroys it.
I'd like to
Fantastic.
think at that speed, it probably makes like one of those like death whistling screeches going by. Just a
Ooh.
yeah.
The whale is overpowered by the death screech. I love it.
With just a
Fantastic.
silent like pop as it leaves the back of its head, just
Fantastic. I will roll for stealth to hide. I assume that's what you want to do as a bonus action?
I want to see if I can get it to roll again.
Okay. While we're
I
waiting
just
for that,
restarted.
Goldbrand, why don't you go ahead, homie? You've got a couple of turns to figure it out.
Oh, wait.
sorry.
I think
I'm sorry, I was on mute. But yeah, Yuan, that's you if you want to go.
Okay.
Whoever's ready.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know if it's the right call, but I'm gonna do it.
Lightning bolt Goldbrand.
Bonus action. I'm gonna shadow step away from the dragon again, because screw this guy.
Very fair.
Gonna bounce right over here. It's my action. I am going to. Where my spell at? I'm
Also,
going to
Davos, if
conjure.
you did not already, go ahead and roll a wisdom save against the fear.
I'm gonna conjure elemental.
Ooh, who are you summoning?
Gonna summon Evangeline, my good friend,
Of course. Where you want that bitch?
right here. I guess I can control her. I'll put her right there.
All my homies
Man.
love Evangeline.
Man, same.
Got songs about Evangeline. They'd be singing in the
Technically-
swamps about Evangeline. Sorry.
The rules of her multi-attack say that she can use her healing touch and attack once in the same round, so I'm gonna pump 20 HP into Goldbrand and have her flying 10 feet off the ground.
Solid, yeah.
Got a
20
friend.
points of lay on hands. You know what's funny? I think that cures some conditions too, doesn't it?
It's supposed to, yes. Let's see what it
I
does.
don't think he has it. I don't think he's afflicted by anything, but I thought that's kind of neat when reading the
Well,
creature stat
his
box.
HP is reduced. I don't know if you constitute that as a curse or not, but it does cure curses.
Ooh. You know what? I'll meet you in the middle. Goldbrand, your max HP increases by 20. We'll say that for every point it restores that at the max level. So, very nice. Love that. Fantastic. What else you got, homie?
And then I'm going to have her swing on this guy right here.
The Death Wisp. Roll to hit.
Let's see. 2 different kinds of damage. Let's just roll to hit first. It's a 19 hit.
Oh, it do.
Why does she roll better than I do? Man, screw this guy.
It's just you on that rolls bad. Or Vikora, or Zarok, or...
Hang on. Necrotic radiant damage.
Radiant Rot.
I'm gonna choose radiant damage, I guess.
I don't think you get to choose her damage. Oh, is it
Well,
let you choose
she's
radiant
got
or
two different
necrotic?
things. She's got, radiant rot's different from her regular attack, it looks like. So she can choose to do necrotic or radiant damage, and it has different effects depending on which one she chooses.
I see. And you're choosing radiant, so...
I'm gonna choose radiant. They have to make a DC 16 charisma saving throw.
That's gonna actually be kind of hard for him. He fails.
He has disadvantage on all of his attacks until the end of her next turn.
Ooh, fantastic. I'm gonna mark that with a little skull and crossbones, but please help me remember that when we get there, because I will forget. Fantastic. That's your action and all of her actions. Bonus action, or you teleported. You can move, just not toward the dragon. Roll a wisdom save. Goldbrand.
Does a 21 pass?
It does! You needed a
Finally.
20! Fuck yeah, dude.
I would really
I was like,
him
bro,
to
if that
be
doesn't
dead.
pass, I'm gonna burn that resistance. I can't do this anymore.
I'd really
Yeah,
like
it
him
sucks
to
when-
be dead before I leave, but so I guess I'd really like to heal myself, but I guess I'm gonna try and kill that motherfucker in front of me first, and then I'll do it later. So
Volunteer as tribute.
I will reckless these, I guess just because I should. That's the point, huh?
Are you also great weapon?
Yes.
Cool.
So that's
So
20.
32 would be
4?
27. 18 totally hits. That gets him pretty close. He's still in double digits, but barely.
Now, well, 18 damage. That's 28 damage plus 10 for great weapon.
Oh, thank you. Plus 2 for raging.
I'm not
Are you
raging
raging?
right now.
Oh, that would put him at 1, but we're gonna fucking allow it. Goldbrand, you take your axe. You take your axe and cleave through this thing as you are pumped with radiant energy from. I'm sorry, I just remembered last session, Goldbrand in bed. I'm coming! As we destroy the Death Wisp. Second swing.
I can't reach anything without going lower. I'm 10 feet above those other things, so I won't use
That
this
is
second
true.
attack. I'm gonna float back away from them instead.
Okay.
So I'll go 5 feet of my 40 up and away, and then I'm gonna essentially go back over Evangeline, and if I can, back to the ground here. I need to get closer to the ground. I gotta change constellations after this to heal myself. I need to stay close to it. I will just float behind Evangeline for now.
Okay. And Skullbane drifts over. At the end of your turn, the dragon is going to take a legendary action. I think it's going to use 2 of its legendary actions to use Raise Dead. I need to look at something. I didn't have this stat block ready because I wasn't ready. You watch as the blue half dragon picks itself up with a solid chunk of hit points. Not as many as it had before, but a good bit.
Gross.
This is the Death Wisp turn. I think there's only one still left alive. It does not know where Pandora is. It's not going to waste the time trying to get her. It sees its angel rise up. It's going to go for the angel. Can I get... Does a 20 hit eventually?
Let me double check, but I believe so. Yes.
I will need her to make a Constitution save and take 17 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
I'll do the damage if you do the save.
Okay. Constitution save. Ooh, 21.
Oh, she do pass. He does not drain her life. Fantastic. As we round to your boy who just got back up. He's a little limpier now, but Cyan Wrath. I think he... Oh, yeah, fantastic. Cyan Wrath pulls itself up from the murk, and with an almost uncomfortable agility. Think like Left 4 Dead. I forget what the zombies were that like rushed up on you. But think that it leaps into the air, its spear crackling with lightning as it tries to skewer Davos. Davos, it's going to make this attack with advantage, but you're pretty armored. We'll see how it do. 25. I think it's
Yep.
fantastic. With the Dragoon Strike, this is going to deal lightning and piercing. So I don't know if you're resistant to either of those, but 27 points of damage.
I am resistant to lightning.
Okay, so in that case, you're going to take 14 plus 6, so 20 points of damage.
I'm confused why this is fantastic.
For me, it's fantastic. You are gonna also make a strength saving throw as part of its second attack.
A strength saving throw?
Yes, sir. You need to beat a DC of 18. Ooh, you do not pass. You are prone. So with its third strike, oh, you know what? Oh, it can't do that for its third strike. It'll make its last spear attack with advantage. A 22 does not hit a Davos, so you are good there. And we round to the Draco Lich. As the Draco Lich assesses, first thing it's going to do is it's going to roll a d6. 3. It's got clowns to the left of it, jokers to the right. Oh no, the clown teleported. We're good. In that case, it sees Davos is pretty low. Yeah, I think it's going to attack you and Arcanox. I think it would go the 2 strikes on you, though, because you're almost down. I think it tactically makes the most sense. So it's going to do a bite and a claw on a Davos, a 28 and a 27. You said you're resistant to lightning damage, which is important. So you're going to take... And necrotic? That's good to know. I don't think it's applicable here, but... 48 points of damage total as it lashes out at you and catches you with its jaw, and then it takes its claw and snatches you from its jaw and slams you into the ground. It's gonna take
let me block one of those.
Oh yeah, get it. Draconic
I forgot about the bulwark. Yeah,
get it.
That 48 was already halved.
One more time.
That 48 that it was going to be was already halved.
Technically, only 11 points was lightning damage, so it would have been what is that, 53 or something? But yeah, it's 20 piercing, 11 lightning, and then the claw attack is 23 slashing. Yeah, Draconics will work. So it has to roll again at disadvantage, or roll again and you take the lower value.
It's gotta be above my AC though.
Do you think? Let me think. Do you think you would do that on the first strike or the second? There's only a minor.
Probably just on the claw attack. Probably on the claw attack.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'm gonna roll it again. So that 27 becomes a 20, which does not hit. So Davos gained 23 hit points back. You technically only took 25 in that encounter, as Arcanox flies in the way and catches the dragon's claw. I like to think that you actually catch it physically with your hands and throw the dragon back, and it looks kind of stunned at you. As it comes to your turn, what you got? Owen?
All right, and now attacks against Davos are with disadvantage.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
I love you.
Daddy Art gonna protect you.
I also just wanted to kind of brag because I have Smoke and Cinders up as well as Shield of Faith, so my AC is 7 right now. So, get fucked.
Just punch, I mean.
Alright, so we get Tool Dredge, 23, 27.
Yeah. Both of those hit. Oh, I'm sorry. Technically, you do have disadvantage to hit it. So, the 23 does hit, but roll for your next attack. The
31.
second one's a miss. So, roll damage for 1 hit. Fantastic.
That one.
And then third switch.
No, never mind. He's not going to do Radiant anyway. Need a third one.
Roll one more
22.
time, because as it's wreathed in
right.
these shadows, all of your attacks are at disadvantage, unfortunately. That does not hit for that last one. Bonus action.
You know what? Bonus action swing.
Yeah, get him.
Wait, no. Boost with Dredge. Never mind. I'm too far for a douse.
No, you're fine. Roll one more time with that. I think this might be 27 will hit, but the 22 will also hit. So yeah, roll damage with that bonus action strike.
Fuck yeah.
Fantastic.
It's like I almost smited him, and I'm like, wait, no, there's no fucking point.
He is almost
Radiant
bloody.
damage bullshit.
As we come to the end of your turn, before it moves to the other guys, he is going to use his last legendary reaction of the round. He is going to, I think he's going to go with the tail attack. But at who? You just blocked its hit and smacked him around a little bit. I think he's going to try to go for you.
What you got?
A 20, not nearly enough. Fantastic. We come to the last couple of people in initiative, which is the other undead, the Banshees. One still remains. It's going to try to make an attack on Davos. It has disadvantage on this. 17 does not hit a Davos. The other ones, the Drowned Assassins, looks like I have 2 left. They are going to go. Either one of them knows where Barbara is. Ooh. I think this one's going to skirt around Evangeline, and this one's going to move into its place. I'm going to say this is 2 attacks. Oh, but you're in the air. Or no, you lowered down?
Oh,
You're
I
on
don't know
mute,
why
okay.
I don't know why this thing breaks sometimes. We're both in the air. I decided to stop behind Evangeline. We're 10 feet in the air.
Okay, in that case, it's going to stay back a bit, and it's going to fire a crossbow bolt at Goldbrand. Oh, a 1 and a 2 on the rolls for that. Absolutely terrible. 2 more for Evangeline. A 19 and a 16.
19 hits.
Okay, so you are going to take... Is she resistant to poison?
Let's find out. She is resistant to radiant and necrotic only, it looks like.
Okay. So she's going to take 11 points of damage. Oh, whoops. Rolled the wrong thing. 11 points of damage as we round back to the top of the round. The last one was the Drakhorn. Devin, want to do me a favor? Roll another d4, my guy. 4. You watch.
Tina from Bosburgers.
I think it's Josh who's going to get the best visual of this. You watch as all around you are rotting corpses. This was the trail of undead that had been making its way to the keep when you killed Malek. And they were in the process of bringing several of these back to life. You watch as several corpses sort of begin to writhe and wiggle together and become a zombie clot. The most disgusting possible name. It's not going to come up right there, but I just want y'all to get a visual of this nasty thing. It is just a hunk of corpses. Y'all actually saw this in the Shriekwood, not this exact one, but one of Malek's earlier designs. And you see as this thing rises out of the water. Davos, we go to you. You are not feeling great. The arc is between you and a Draco Lich thematically, so you feel good-ish. Also, the difficult terrain has gone away.
All right. We'll bonus action Light of Lathander again.
Get him. That's con saves for
20.
2 and 2 and 2. Banshee, even if she passes, the Banshee is eviscerated. Draco Lich. And Cyan Wrath. Oh! The Draco Lich fails. It does have magic resistance, though, so it would get to roll twice for this. A 27. So it does pass. It's going to take half that damage, 13. But the other guy is going to take a brunt of that, 26. Fantastic. Action.
I'm going to swing on not the Draco Lich, whatever this thing is.
Oh, Cyan Wrath? Yeah, the half dragon.
That disadvantage does a 16 hit.
It does not. No, sir.
Alright, second attack. Naturally.
No, no.
Alright,
Get another
still
20.
good.
30 does hit. Yeah, roll some damage.
Alright, and I'm going to use my defensive flourish. I get to use a bardic inspiration to add to the damage, a d12, and then I'm going to add that also to my AC until the start of my next turn.
Fuck yeah,
So for an
12 is
additional
stupid.
7 damage,
Fantastic.
and I have a 31 AC temporarily.
That is disgusting. You and Ark over here, the Great Walls of fucking bullshit. Goddamn paladins. You gotta love them. You have put him effectively back into bloodied territory. He has half the hit points he had when he stood back up. Very excellent play. Is that your bonus action to use the flourish?
So it says you can just expend a die. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's right. This is College of Swords bullshit. You're
Yeah.
good. You can move, but you have to move away. Roll a new wisdom check as we roll to Pandora.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
May not be relevant. I got a 22 on my wisdom save. I'm nat 20.
Yeah, that totally passes, dude.
Alright, never mind then. Alright, go ahead, Barb.
Awesome. Okay.
In fact, with
Let's
that
see.
natural 20, as you stare down this Draco Lich and its undead minion, you take a look at it. Is that what you want to do? You want to move away from it?
Yeah, I ain't afraid of no opportunity attacks.
Brought for that natural 20, I'm gonna say that as you stare down this, you not only are not afraid of it, you like raise your sword like you're gonna swing for a third time, and it like braces itself, and then you psych it out and dip away instead. No opportunity attack from it or the dragoon. Gotta love a 20. As we go to Pandora.
All right. I was looking to see the best way. Okay. With Evangeline here, I don't feel as pressed to slam on these folks. That dragon's kind of thrashing people down
It's
there.
spooky.
I don't like him.
Killing those.
What?
You are muted, Devin.
So I make sure. I am going to. Let me see.
You
I'm
got
making sure this
some
is
arrow for
what I
killing
wanna
dragons.
see. I do. So is the dragon arrow? Is it a magical arrow or technically non-magical?
It is magical. What it does is when it hits the dragon, it deals normal damage with whatever your modifiers would be, and then it is going to deal. It's going to have to make a strength or a Constitution save, and then it deals 60-10, I think, or half if it fails. The good news is, that's an extra chunk of damage. Either way. The bat, you do have to call it before you shoot, though.
Okay.
Just because I don't want you to get a crit and be like, oh, by the way.
Yeah, no, I was seeing what it. I was just seeing what it would stack with.
I gotcha.
You know.
Yeah, you can do violent attraction and your sneak attack and everything else with that, Oh, you cut out.
That's okay.
Are you
So
are you
I'm
asking
going
for like
to
Hail
hit
of Thorns?
with a dragon arrow. What?
Are you asking because of like Hail of Thorns and stuff?
Yeah, the rain of arrows. I was gonna do rain of arrows, but it specifies non-magical ammunition.
I see. That would be pretty busted. Like, I'm gonna make it rain dragon slaying arrows. Love that thematically.
Would have been sexy, but I think the dragon slaying arrow is better. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and hit it. I have to roll with disadvantage against it, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
My sense doesn't do anything. I was looking. I've got. I was trying to see if I had anything to help me. I have blind sense, but it doesn't. That only helps with. Oh, that's only within 10 feet of me anyway. Okay. So I'm gonna try and hit it. So I'm gonna roll with the dragon arrow.
You know what, Barb?
So there's that.
That's rough.
Okay, what were you gonna say? Because I had something to say too about that.
Well, now you've rolled it, so now I feel bad about saying it.
Oh, you did.
Okay, so I was gonna say, if you want to take your bonus action to sort of center yourself and try to focus and shoot with advantage, nullifying it to a straight roll.
Oh no, see that's okay because I forgot. Okay, wait. So advantage nullifies. Anyway, I have Master Duelist, is what I was going to say. So once per short rest, if I miss an attack roll, I can roll it again with advantage.
Oh, so yeah, make a new roll with just a flat roll, or you can use your bonus action to roll with advantage.
Oh. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna try and hit it as hard as I possibly can. So let's go. So we'll do that. Oh, I didn't need it. Well, maybe I needed it. I don't know if a 24 would have hit.
24 would have hit, but the 32 certainly secures it.
It's fine.
35. I'm gonna be generous and let you use the first damage.
Yeah, I was like, let her pick the damage pool. Come on.
Yeah. That's 51 points plus 2 charges. 51 becomes 72. Roll 60-10. 72 plus.
6d10, baby.
Barb's gonna get 100 points. 72 becomes 108 points of damage. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, it has to make a save before that's official.
Con
save. I think it's only. Look at the arrow, or I guess it's not on your sheet.
It is not.
I think
on
it's
my
only
sheet.
like a 17. It's not a very high save or high DC. Yeah, DC 17. So I'm gonna roll for this guy. I tell you, we would have to roll pretty shitty. Yeah, he does pass. So he's only take half of that 36. So 72 plus 18 is 90 points of damage. Still a very impressive chunk. Barbara, an arrow streaks across, and you watch as it gleams. It touches the amethyst of your dragon bow as you like rest it on your hand before you line it up, and you hear as the bow almost hisses. The anti-draconic energy flowing through this is intense as it fires forward and punches through. Again, that death whistle fires through right as the dragon turns, and it catches him in the jaw. And with an incredible amount of impact, he actually staggers back a step or two. 90 points. Very solid. You used your bonus action to give yourself advantage, so you can move, and it looks like you can move wherever you want as we round to Goldbrand and Yuan. Whichever one of you is ready to go ahead, roll.
First question. He has to make a concentration check now, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay, so what did I say? 90 points? So that's a DC of 45. Unless he hits a 20, he can't pass this. He certainly does not. He will use his last legendary resistance. But he is out of
Hey guys,
resistance.
guess what? He has no legendary resistances now.
You're welcome.
And we do.
I heard you like turtles.
Oh god.
I guess secondary question. What is this aura doing? Like, I know it does backlash on damage. Does it give ranged attacks disadvantage?
All attacks, it's technically heavily obscured. It's like the area around it is shadowy, and its own form is sort of almost looks incorporeal. You can't quite make it out. So disadvantage on all attacks against it. Lash back if you attack it within 10 feet, and resistance to radiant damage.
That's what the aura does?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do it. Whatever. I'm gonna use my mask to break his concentration on it.
Oh, do it! Yeah! You all watch as Yuan's mask, his eyes look blue sapphires, and they glint in such a way that those of you who have some spellcasting ability, which is most of you, you feel as the weave is like tugged. The only way I could describe it would be as if gravity suddenly shifts for a second, and you watch as the aura around this dragon fizzles out, and it very angrily turns to face you. Fantastic. I think, is that an action or a bonus action or anything?
It is an action.
Okay.
I'll
solid.
shout at
Very
everybody.
good.
I'll shout at everybody. You all better make it worth my time.
I like to think this happens at just such the time right after Pandora hits it that Pandora thinks she did all of that, and she's just so proud of herself.
How do I want to do this? If you're trying to say something, we can't hear you. Bonus action. I am going to, now that I have destroyed its incorporeal form, I am going to use mine. I'm going to burn 6 sorcery points to activate my umbral form.
Ooh. Go shadowy enemy protagonist.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't know. Am I within range of this thing?
You would not know. Y'all did not technically fight it, so I don't think I'll tell you.
Okay. I'm just gonna...
Wait 1 second. Oh no, this thing just popped up. Never mind. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just gonna use my movement to sort of skirt through the trees, staying within that 10-foot radius to try and center myself a little obscured in here. How do I mark myself as shadowy? I'm gonna make myself a ninja. That's my action, my bonus action, and then I'm going to take Evangeline.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I'm going to take the opportunity attack, leaving that guy's range.
Where you
I
I can't hear you.
The only one that reached
Where
you, that can reach you is dead. I killed him.
No, this guy behind me can reach me, right? Right here.
Yeah, this one here is flying as well. These
thought
two
I
are on
killed
the
it.
ground.
I thought I killed that one. That's why I left its range, because I killed it.
Did you?
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Did you?
I did the double,
okay.
with advantage, plus 10,
Oh.
all that fun
That's
stuff.
right. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't mark that. Carry
I
on.
don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna fly her. She has a fly speed of 60. I'm gonna fly her right here on the edge. And I'm gonna activate her aura.
Oh yeah. You watch as this blinding radiant light pulsates out from Evangeline, and the Draco Lich, which was just recently resistant to radiant damage, recoils at her light and is now vulnerable to radiant damage. I think that's an action to activate. Yeah.
It is, yeah. So I can't do anything else.
No worries.
Go
Go ahead and
ahead,
pop that on. Yeah.
It's
And then
30
we'll
feet,
round-
so that's 15 feet in the box, right?
15 feet in the box.
Yeah,
You
you
mean
type
like-
in
oh, like-
15 feet. Yeah.
No, it's 5-foot squares. So you type in 30 feet.
Okay. In that case, this is about to get a lot bigger.
Yeah,
Um,
take over most of the map.
I had a theme with my
Yeah.
turn. It was auras upon auras upon auras. Take yours away, make mine bigger. Good luck.
Love it.
Big
In
aura.
fact, I love that visual. As Yuan forces the shadows to recede off of it, the energy is blasted away as Evangeline becomes a blazing sun and rushes up against him. And all of the undead here recoil a bit at this intensity. All of the undead within this range have vulnerability against radiant. Fantastic. As we round to Goldbrand, what you got, homie?
So I gotta check one range on one thing. 60 feet, 5 foot, perfect. Goldbrand still in the air is gonna lock eyes with Davos, salute him with his axe, and then I'm gonna float to the ground and take this little token off, this little sign off my token here. And I'm gonna open. First thing he's gonna do is cast. Sorry, I have to move crap around. He's gonna cast.
Are you
Davos
swapping the
yells
chalice?
out.
Say again?
Are you swapping to Chalice?
I am swapping Chalice, yes, sir. And I'm going to
it's a
cast...
free action at the top of the round.
Yeah, free action to swap to Chalice after I land on the ground, and then I'll cast this little healing spirit here on Davos. Come on, do the thing. Put it in chat. There we go. So I would like to land probably like right here. Can I still see Davos here? Is that possible?
For sure. Yeah.
Get this in here where y'all can see it. So Davos, you will take 7 healing at the start of every round. You also get 2d8 because of my Chalice. You also get another d4 because of the Chalice.
What form does your healing spirit take?
It's a bear. So it's like a big bear constellation that stands in Davos's square. It says it takes up 5 feet, so I like to think it stands in the same square as him. You know, kind of towering over him. But you're going to get the nod from Goldbrand. We got to get some health in you, and you got to go beat the shit out of it.
But do I heal anything now?
No, yeah.
I think you just started your turn.
Yes, you take all of that now. So you take 7 plus 6 plus 1, so you take 14. Which I wish was more. That's okay.
Wait, 14?
For this round, I get to add a bunch of stuff because of the Chalice and the sickle. But every round, you will take 7.
Solid. You watch as this bear spirit rises up behind Davos. I think he doesn't even initially see it, but you feel its presence, and you feel almost as if Goldbrand has your back, quite literally.
And the rest
I'm afraid when he first gave me the nod, I thought he was about to sacrifice himself.
Same, honestly.
Well, I am gonna move.
I was like, pick me up later.
I am gonna move to here at the end of my turn after I get that off on Davos, and he's gonna be staring this thing down. He's gonna fucking compel dueling.
I just turned to Ark. He's going to sacrifice himself.
Ron, no.
You want a shot at killing that lich or not?
It's you, Davos, not me, not you on you.
You have the radiant damage.
Be another way.
Oh my god, I love every second of this. Goldbrand, as you're walking now, so as you're going through this marsh, it is technically difficult terrain, but once you get to this point, you actually drop off into deeper water. This is one of the deeper pools, so you're effectively swimming right now.
Interesting.
There is a circle on my map for GM layer. I would put it on your layer. Let me see if this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Sometimes these fucking things you can draw are twats. There we go. So that area is deep water. The other one, this one down here, this blue circle, ignore that because that's no longer difficult terrain. Action, bonus action.
Yeah, no, I think that's it for me. It's only now I realize I could have guiding bolted it for double damage. Sad.
What did you do for your action?
The healing spirit would have been my action.
That's a bonus action.
No way. That's not true.
Healing spirit is 100% a bonus action.
Ermagerd.
Ermagerd!
Yeah, it actually says it in the spell in the chat. It does.
I see that
nice.
now. I can't. There's not much I can do. I can't cast another spell. There's nothing to smack. I doubt I can reach this. Because I had to go 10 feet down to get to the ground. I had to move like 10 more feet in difficult terrain to get here. I mean, I can throw.
Goldbrand rests.
I mean, technically,
it takes him a good old sit down.
You could drink a potion. It's technically a bonus action, but you can use an action or a bonus action to do it.
I like that. Do we sell it?
Also, no, I didn't sell any of the potions. As long as you have one in the bag, you're good. Also, Barbara, if you will do a -1 arrow of dragon slaying in the bag of holding as well. As we round to the Mergsters. I think most of these are dead. All of the Death Wisp are dead. Cyan Wrath is alive. Davos pulls away from Cyan Wrath. He does not like that. He does not like this angel either, though. I think he's gonna go for the angel. Oh, and you know what he didn't get to do? I'm gonna hold this up so I remember, because I'm a dumbass. You watch. I assume Evangelina is flying. How high off the ground? She was 10 feet.
She's still 10 feet. I just glided her across straight at 10 feet.
He could still hit her with the first one anyway, because he jumps to get her. Again, leaps into the air. His spear crackles the electric energy. He is going to swing at her with advantage. Oh, a 20, I think hits. You are going to take 27 points of damage. He is then. Oh, it costs 2 attacks. He could. Yeah. Then he. So he stabs her with the spear. Her body is convulsing a bit as this electrical energy runs through her, and he breathes back and he blasts a lightning breath toward her. Give me a dexterity saving throw for Evangeline. Actually,
Okay.
oh, hang on.
Evangeline.
No, Goldbrand is just beyond it. He could have got both of you if it was a line, but this one's a cone.
All right. 10.
Ooh.
Let me ask you. Technically, I think that's like a class feature. She has resistance against spells and other magical effects. So I don't know if that would constitute as a magical effect or not.
It's one of those things where, you know, I will allow it.
She'll probably
Roll
roll a
one more
5. It's
time.
fine. Oh, she didn't. 22.
She's gonna get half of that, so she's gonna take an extra 18 points of damage.
Okay.
He is then gonna use his action surge because I keep forgetting he could do that. Well, he only gets to do it once, so and he is gonna make an extra attack. Oh, actually, he's gonna make her make a strength saving throw.
Man, I can't go back. I didn't realize I could do that.
What?
I'll make the strength saving throw. I forgot that she could cast shield.
Ooh, that is good to know.
Strength saving throw. 19.
Oh, that does pass. He tries to strike you with the spear and drag her to the ground, but he is unsuccessful. I think with extra attack, or with extra action surge. If you have multi-attack and you use action surge, do you get to make all of your multi-attacks?
Yeah,
think
like
so,
if
yeah.
like a fighter, if they have 2 attacks in their turn and they use action surge, they get to attack twice again. I know that.
That sounds like
Yeah.
normally.
It's a full. It's a full another action. So if you get like 3
thought
attacks
so,
per action,
yeah.
you can do.
So
It's like-
not a full bonus action, but it's a full action. I think.
Yeah, I think what I'm thinking of is haste that specifies only 1 extra attack, but this one does not. He'll take 2 more swings at Evangeline. A 23. If you will deal
Yes.
14 more points to Milady, as he is trying to knock her out of the sky before she causes all sorts of havoc. We come to the Draco Lich. The Draco Lich is feeling the pressure. It's got undead minions, at least a couple of them left. Evangeline is kind of a pain in its ass. Oh, first things first. God damn it! I never roll a 5 or 6 on these. I think she is going to. Tough choice. She's going to move forward a little bit. Arcanox, you've been kind of wailing on her. I think she is going to use 2 of her attacks to cast a spell. Can I get you to make a Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
Oh,
course.
nice. The good thing is, oh no, it is half as much. The Draco Lich reaches out its hand, and around one of its talons, this black energy forms, and it strikes you in the chest with it. You thankfully resist taking the full damage, so you're only going to take 36 points of damage as it casts Finger of Death.
Ooh.
Yeah. And the cool thing is, when this thing kills you, it brings you back as a zombie, but obviously that doesn't apply to Arc.
How much damage again?
36.
36.
And then it's going to use its last attack to make we'll say a bite attack. A 26 does not hit an Arc right now, does it?
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, fantastic. It
Yeah,
tries to
right.
go in for a bite as it goes to your turn. What do you do?
All right. Swing. What's that thing All American Reject said?
Yeah.
Oh, miss.
Man. Oh, yeah, I was about to say. Well, you no longer have disadvantage. Unfortunately, that is 2 misses. Go ahead and roll a 3rd attack, and then your bonus action.
Damn.
Oh,
32,
that makes
okay.
up for it, though. Yeah.
It's vulnerable to radiant damage. Take that as you will.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah.
Mate.
16. All right.
Well, that's actually going to be 25 points of piercing damage. Go ahead and roll. If you're going to smite, go ahead and roll that.
Okay. There's my 2nd level smite.
That's going to be doubled to 26.
Oh, also, double the piercing damage because I'm going to use Razor's Edge as well.
Yeah! So,
Oh.
what did I say earlier? 25. So take another 25. That's 75 points of damage. 76.
Get fucked.
Fantastic. It is looking rough. I'm sorry. Bonus action.
Get
Yeah.
mega fucked.
Is that another
You know
20?
what? You know what?
Does Razor's Edge carry over? Is it your whole turn?
I think it's a single attack.
Okay.
It's a single attack, yeah. But I'm also smiting that one too.
Yeah, get it. So that 12 is instead 17. 17 plus 26. 43.
Give
I
us a
think
quick
you did
math.
over 100 points that round. I think it's like 117.
It's over
points of
100.
damage. Ark,
Hey,
you get the achievement. I found a website where I can make those. I need to make some of those. Fuck yeah, Ark, you the dragon comes into like it pokes you with its finger and pokes you. It jams its finger into your chest as this necrotic energy rushes through you. And as it comes into snap, you take the chain of dredge and you sidestep the bite. You wrap the chain around its maw, and then using the one hand to hold the chain, you take the anchor and punch in its skull and do an incredible amount of damage. Radiant light flashing off of it. Oh, holy shit, it has vulnerability to radiant damage! You beat through and you watch as its skull fractures. It tries to raise up its other arm and you shatter it at the elbow. Its wing comes down for cover and you blast it aside like it's nothing. And in a matter of seconds, there is nothing here but bones and ruin. And as
Give
the
up.
Draco Lich falls, everything else here that it had brought back from the grave falls as well. And you have successfully defeated the Draco Lich.
Feels
Eat
good.
it, boy.
Epic war cry as
Yeah.
Ark does a fuck ton of damage. I'm gonna have to do some math on the recap to see your exact numbers, but goddamn right, dude. With the vulnerability, that might be close to 200. I don't think you broke 200, but you got damn close. We are going to go ahead and call it a break right there. We will be back in 10 minutes to pick up where we left off. And we are back. We return moments after the Lords of Nightstone had defeated the Draco Lich, namely Arcanox, with an impressive series of blows. 2 crits on a single turn, too, which is just fantastic.
Oh, that was amazing.
As we return to the Lonely Moor and we see the flesh, the zombie clot begin to fall apart, these spirits will fade away and wisp, and the body of the resurrected Cyan Rat crumpled back to the ground. You lords find yourselves in the Lonely Moor. Uh, is there anything you wish to do before you head back to the ship?
I definitely want to look at the bodies, whatever's left.
Yes,
Yeah.
that
Gonna loot
exactly.
that body?
I was
Dragon
saying we
Bones?
could salvage some Draco Lich bones, but they'd just been smashed to
Yeah.
a pulp.
they're made smaller for transport. Yeah, totally. I will say that there is a particular sword that the black dragonborn had, or the black half dragon had, and the blue half dragon. This was not a magical item, but I like its ability. So yeah, its spear is also an arcane item. Um, I will put the name of the first one of those in chat. Azaran? Hazrazran? This is very timely considering what we were just talking about, but let me see if I can find it.
I also would like to call out now. I'm looking, trying to do the math. Davos will get the rest of the healing this spirit can put out.
Yeah.
Um,
This is a really cool item.
Interesting. Where did I cast?
I don't know if
this?
it's going to be better than anything that y'all have at the moment, but it can make someone unable to regain hit points, which is a neat perk. Don't look that up. I will try to post details for it. I think it's a +2 greatsword. I meant to put that in the bag of holding chat. And then the Spear of Cyan Wrath, I'll throw in here as well. And
5 times 7
it's
is
per
35. Sorry.
yes, sir.
I had to ask.
No, you're fine. The Spear of Cyan Wrath is going to allow you to do that Dracoon jump ability that he did. If either of those interest you, let me know and I'll make a stat block for the second one. The first one should have one, but let me know if you're going to take that. Fantastic. Other than that, you do not find much of value among the corpses. Most of them had been relatively picked clean. I'll say that the Death Wisps did have some sort of semi ornate armor. If someone wants to add, we'll say ceremonial armor, 500 gold to your inventory. I'll say you get that off the few of those that you pick up. That's about it as far as loot would go.
Damn, no loot. No good loot.
Okay.
Slightly sad. I want to call out that Davos takes 35 more healing from that healing spirit as it throughout this while they're looting. Oh boy.
I want to call out that Evangeline won't be able to stay on the field for much longer, but tell her that even though it's inconsequential, she should touch herself twice so that she gets a little health back.
Ooh.
You command your bound angel to touch herself, and I
Twice.
have serious thoughts about you dominated an angel with Goldbrain and told her to submit. I'm sensing a theme. I get your girlfriend's kind of like half angel, but bruh, leave your kinks at home, sir. Either that or somebody get on the fan art, damn it. As as you guys are finishing looting the bodies, the not the Westwind Wyvern, pardon me, the Red Wing drifts overhead. All of you can fly, so they don't necessarily lower a ladder, but they seem to be awaiting for your command.
Once we get up in the air, so does it look like all the undead that we were following here have dropped dead? Do we think
Indeed,
we have...
like dominoes that have fallen. If, in fact, someone on the ship, Tabitha, will say, yeah, the ones closest to us flickered out, and the ones before them, and it was just watching the weave just dissolve in front of us. It was rather fascinating.
Y'all ever wonder why necromancers aren't more buff? Like ripped?
I mean, they're technically bodybuilders.
Mm,
You know,
I hate
all-
both of you because I know that's what Brandon was going for.
I was gonna say all the deadlifting, but
Oh,
Oh, I hate everything.
I want to be mad, but both of those are actually pretty good. Cheers to that. Enjoy your groaner for the day.
God,
Mm.
you say that out
I
loud, and
got
I'm
a
like,
groaner.
oh no.
Brokers.
Oh, I'm so innocent in this. I'm like, you know, I was almost a necromancer once. I think it's just because they have all the meat shields around them. And then I look at you kind of weird, like I don't get the joke.
Looks toward Goldbrand, who you're always standing behind.
See,
Goldbrand
Should've
is
just-
your meat shield. Yeah.
case in point, he actually inspired me. I had a meat shield, and I thought, what would happen if I had 20?
Devin's headcanon is that in another universe, Evil Yuan has like a mini boss bodyguard that's Goldbrand's corpse.
Or like in Yuan's back or future story, he opens up a restaurant called the Meat Shield, like it's a grilling place.
It's
Listen,
like Brazilian barbecue. They
Right.
bring up your stuff.
I don't want to
It's on
derail
a,
us
it's
too
on a
much.
sword. They saw it off onto a shield that they then put on the embers, and it heats up. And boom, there you go.
I don't want to derail us too much, but there was a reality where if somehow there was a TPK and I'd survived or came back, I was just going to animate you all back to life as my friend puppets, and sadly wander the earth.
Honestly, I
Dude,
would love
Porter was gonna do that actually.
Schizophrenic
Yeah.
party.
I do love because we've introduced like multiverses and like I've had characters from other games, but also versions of characters from other games. I love that this opens up dark things like that. Like, what if somebody did flip and I don't know, that just excites me. Um, Speaking of exciting, y'all have hopped on your airship. The crew is ready to roll. The You do not have your gate stone for the day because you used it just a few hours ago. So you have to take a long rest on the ship. If y'all want to do that now, or if you have anything that you need to do beforehand.
Well, I mean,
Do we
it
want to
wouldn't be a bad
contact?
idea. We can do that while we like find the heading and stuff.
Yeah. No, I agree with the rest. Do we want to send any messages or use any spell slots like that before we rest? Sorry.
I mean, I gotta call the wife, but other than that,
Is it most efficient?
Kinda like-
Is it most efficient to cast Hero's Feast instead of using the scroll now? Is that 24
Yeah.
hours?
That would be peak efficiency because you have the spell slot to waste. So yeah, for sure.
hell yeah, Heroes Feast.
We are at
Mm.
evening of this day, so this will cover you through evening of the next day. Fantastic. So everyone, Devin, if you'll roll, I think it's 2d10. If anybody has that, if you can roll that die for me. I don't know if it's 2d10, so let me confirm that before
I can re-roll that as actual 2d10. Had a brain fart.
Goldbrand, technically your hit point maximum is still reduced, but Tabitha does cast a greater restoration on you, and that effect is amended.
Freak.
And it is 2d10.
Bless.
So everyone gains 9 max hit points, and Tabitha will also take the time to patch all of you up. Where's our music? I just realized it wasn't playing.
9 temperaments. Gonna smash that long rest button, I guess.
There we go.
Yeah.
As we make our way back, Tabitha does take the time to patch all of you up and do her job as medic and get you all back to 100 hit points, or 100% hit points. There are a couple of things that happen. But y'all see that Kaya and Gideon, their energy is better, but still kind of like tense. And I like to think that Pandora, being as nosy as you are, you go to find Mr. Boots, and you just overhear the end of a conversation, and Mr. Boots is like, "The size should not be of a concern for you. It is not the size of the ship, but the motion of the ocean." And sort of in
You
the
don't
middle
want to cross on a rowboat though.
Kaya kind of rolls her eyes and sort of shoves him. And as she walks by you, Goldbrand, you notice that she has a very familiar item on her person. You see the razor claw dagger, the one that you got from Ta'asik and then traded for your sickle.
traded for my sickle. That's true. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
You said Kaya.
That's why I said.
Sorry, it took me a second. I thought I'd give it to Gideon, but I see now. You said Kaya? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. While she's going by, Goldberg will notice and say, that is actually interesting. So where did you find that daggers?
She goes, sweet shopkeep in Waterdeep. We were searching for boots for Harvey, and we came into her shop, and sweet little gnomish woman, she traded it to me for my old bangles. And she holds up her hand. She did have several golden bands around her arms, but she sort of holds up her halfling arms and says, which worked out rather well for me. They didn't exactly fit well anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're adjusting wells. I firmly believe it's better than being dead.
She nods her head and she goes, yeah, sometimes I miss it. Right now, I don't know, as a halfling, it feels like everyone's always looking down on me or underestimating me or worse, they're wanting to protect me and provide for me. And I don't know, I kind of miss being the badass that everyone wanted to either fight or, well, let's leave it at the one everyone wanted. I don't know. It does feel like a fresh start, and I'm thankful for that.
A good way to look
Now
at
it's she goes, the queen's. Sorry, go ahead.
He was just gonna say, hope that dagger serves you well. It is a good weapon.
She
Then
goes,
he was
she
gonna
goes,
keep-
this reminds me, she had mentioned some grumpy old bear had traded it to her. I thought that was a coy euphemism, but when I mentioned I happen to know a grumpy old bear, she explained a little more, and I realized exactly where she got this. She said she wanted me to give you something, and she reaches into a bag at her side and hands you a pouch. And if you open it up, you find finely refined bloodweed, but it's cut with something. A couple of different somethings. If you want to make a nature or a medicine check for me.
Nature or medicine? Those both can be gross.
Could I offer advantage? Maybe my wife being an apothecarist. I might be able to.
Oh, I think a 20 will get it for him. It is bloodweed, but it is also, which of course, you've used so much of this throughout your life, you recognize it, instantly. But you also detect notes of sage root and lion's mane mushroom. And you're going to just have this. You have plenty of it, so there's enough for many, many doses. But when you enter your rage, you can now maintain concentration.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which I thought you would like.
Yeah, that's
Ooh, lion's mane increases brain functions.
Exactly, yeah.
that is significant.
No way.
Yeah.
She,
Removes a very big divider.
Yeah, I've noticed that sort of wall between your two classes, but I think this will give you a little flow. You still can't cast during rage, but you can maintain the concentration at least. Which, while taking half damage, is kind of broken. I'm going to regret this in 2 sessions, but for today, she says, yeah, Ariana was, she's very sweet, very wise. Helped me work through some things about coming to terms with all of this. At first, I would have given anything to go back to the old me. But this is a clean slate. In more ways than one. And she sort of, absent-mindedly, I think, rubs at her forearms. And you know that this is where her raven tattoos would have been. The tattoos on her old body that marked her as a Nilfgaard. And she's having, make an insight check for me.
I mean, I'm gonna roll this anyway, but I think Golbrand, I'm torn between he would tell her to just go get Blue Bear ink or just to go back to the Raven tribe to get ink. And I think he would say, you could return to either tribe to have your tattoos reacted. Those are easy to obtain again.
Yeah.
Give her a
She
stick and
smiles.
poke right here.
And Golbrand, I guess,
Fuck up.
theoretically would know how to do the Blueberry tattoos. As a shaman? Question mark?
Yeah. I wouldn't trust a blind man to do a tattoo, but I.
All right, we'll get in to do it for her.
No, yeah. You know that typically it was Chaska who is doing the tattoos, who I think she is probably dead at this point. We haven't explicitly said that, but she was already an elder. But there's, somebody in the tribe, knows that tradition. You could probably give a whack at it, but I would make you roll for it. Maybe at disadvantage.
He would have materials now, but you could go back and have those added, if you.
She smiles a bit because you know that she was exiled from the Raven tribe. Kind of wrongfully.
Get some blueberry ink, girl. That's what Goldbrand was saying. Not like that.
He would say it just like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna condense it to get some blueberry ink, girl.
Yeah, she smiles. It's a nice thought. It's something she hadn't considered, and she goes, you're a good storekeeper, Goldbrand. And I don't just say that because you brought me back or because you're Gideon's dad or whatever, but I've known the storekeepers of other tribes. They aren't like you. You do right by your people. And in doing so, you do right by Uthgar. Thank you. I'll take you up on that when we get back.
Good.
And she says that with almost a resigned, we might not get back, but
Goldbrand to believe that for a fucking second, because that's who Goldbrand is. Devin has other fears. I'm scared of these worst fingers. All right. Okay.
Okay. Fantastic. As you guys are winding down for the night, perhaps having dinner, you do get a message from Safine. She tells you that she has a base camp that she's established, and they're gathering the troops there. She says that the cultist forces have stopped sort of going outward and attacking, and are now seeming to cloister in, and she suspects that they're going to be starting very soon. She's meeting with the generals tomorrow to finalize the latest intelligence and capitalize on the invasion plan. She also wants to talk to you about the Obsidian Dragon, but she says that'll have to wait until after the meeting. If you would like to reply, you are certainly welcome to.
I think this is affirmative, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Do we just tell her to come to us as soon as she can? Like, she says just wait till after that. I don't know if she can even get to us.
If you say that, she'll say, I was actually hoping that you could make an appearance. This is sort of the something that you're going to be a big part of. We're discussing invasion plans. I appreciate your opinion, if not your presence, just to get the latest information. We've had agents from the Zentarum and the Harpers come back and provide quite a bit of information.
Yeah, Goldbrand's curious if we've heard from Osvius, but I'm not sure to ask about that.
He would know that she was not in that chain of command. You told Daphne to tell Osvius to report to Sidiri, which is very much possible.
Okay. He'll be the generals and stuff, though.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we're on our ways. Like if you can respond to that.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, y'all. How we gonna get there? Is this something the ship can get us to?
Actually, one more thing before y'all have the rest. You can already restore everything. Don't worry about that. But Davos, you have a bit of a restless night, unfortunately. You have dreams of Harriman's Hill. You see, you're walking through the hells, making your way up, seeing all of these bodies skewered on the trees. And you see that it's not just any bodies, but the bodies of your loved ones, the bodies of your sister, your mother, your wife. And as you make your way to the top of this hill, you see your father's body skewered through. And as you watch, his arm lunges up towards you and tries to grab you. And as it does, the cliff crumbles and the both of you go tumbling into the river Styx below. And as you plunge beneath this murky red-orange water, it begins to glow. And you pull yourself out, no longer on the banks of the river Styx. You are standing in a tiny island in a sea of lava. And what you now recognize is Bel's Forge. His form towers over you, some 20 feet tall, even while seated, and his eyes burn with an intensity as he stares at you and says, "You failed to uphold our bargain." Glowering at you with an intense animosity.
Oh, I didn't know if I would respond or. Okay. Oh, man.
Davos,
I just,
man.
no, I just need more time. I would plead for more time, probably.
He goes, our arrangement was that I help you get into the maw so you could end him. You could kill him in your realm, but that does not take care of him. That does not abide by the terms of our contract. I am not a generous man. But fortunately for you, I need him dead more than I need your soul. But you are ironically ill-equipped for this task. That blade, which clings so to your light, there's within it a darkness that is capable of so much more. And he takes his sword, again, this massive, probably about, to scale would be 6 or 7 feet across. Massive double-ended blade. Think like Darth Maul, but instead of lightsabers, it's Cloud's Buster Sword. Like, it is fucking big. He takes it and rakes it across his hand. And you watch as his black blood drips down his wrist. And he reaches out a hand expectantly. And actually, what do you do?
I don't want to touch it. Don't make me do it. But do I have a choice? I would say that. Do I have a choice?
You could refuse my boon. But this is the only thing that will allow you to properly finish enmity. The only thing within your power that would be able to complete the terms of the deal.
The things we do for love. I would reach up to shake on the.
As you meet his hand, the blood runs across your arms, moving uncomfortably quick and defying gravity as it creases up to your body and crunches and swirls around your chest before sinking in. And as your hand rests on your blade, you feel the hilt feels different. And you draw it to see that its normal luster, its brightness, is not the same as it was. This is going to imbue within your blade the ability Fiend Slayer. You are going to deal an extra 2d8 damage on fiends, as laid out in, I think it's your Light of Lathander feat. And when you kill a fiend on the material plane, it does not regenerate in its native plane. This gives you something akin to Goldbrand's Scythe, a little more specialized. As Bell looks you over, he will say, "Be certain, Dawnbringer. I do not often give second chances. There will not be a third." And as he says, your eyes snap open, and you are within the crew quarters of your ship.
Drenched in sweat.
You hear a voice say, "Hmm, looks familiar." And you turn to see the unsleeping simulacrum, you two, not watching you specifically, but just sitting in the corner.
I would just quietly, not a word.
He'll nod his head. Uh, I can't learn anything by definition, so your secret's safe with my indifference.
It's comforting.
So, like,
You,
I would, I guess, look at the hand that shook Bells. Anything
uh,
there?
you do not see anything on your hand, but I think as you check, you do see that on your chest there is a little black mark, and it's small, not exactly shaped in any particular way. It could be a mole for all you know, but you've never seen it there before, and it is pure black, like a blob of tattoo. The start of something, if you will.
I would probably. It's just you said we're in the crew quarters.
Yeah,
Everyone's around.
everyone else is sleeping, but yes, the only people who are awake are on the upper levels working the ship.
As quietly as I could, I would just weep out of shame, guilt, and Lathander, forgive me, and try to get some rest.
I think as you lay down, you think about your father leaving the battle in Avernus so that he could be there for his wife, his future son. And I think there's almost a little bit of that sense of trying to escape the demons, of trying to break the cycle and escape the demons that have haunted your family for generations now. And in your case, quite literally, demons. But eventually, sleep does find you, uneasy as it may be. You awake the next day, all of you. Breakfast is served. You are all heartily fed. And whenever you are ready, you can teleport to the location that Safine has sent to you. She did.
Hey, there's one thing I want to do before we go, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Just quick little dialogue. I kind of thought of this late, which is kind of cool because Archinox would have thought of this late. I say, like, he wakes up and he's like, oh shit, I didn't think of that. I want to kind of touch base with the Inferno.
Yeah, for sure.
Because all the dragons are acting up weird, so I kind of want to check on Snapmaw. I just thought of it.
No, very good. Yeah, you, I believe through the mirror, have access to Captain Dynamite and Captain Kyrax, who's actual captain now. Who do you choose to patch into? Like,
I'm going to patch into Kai. Actually, I'm going to go to Dynamite because he's the more older, experienced guy. Yeah. I'm just going to kind of ask for a set rep, really. Just inquire.
Yeah. You check in with Captain Dynamite. Dynamite will say, well, we've had a little bit of trouble since that horn began. It's painful to us in a lot of ways. Snapmaw seems to be keeping his senses, which is good. But I would be lying if I said that more than a few of the crew have left, drawn to it.
Ooh.
Our blood runs with ancient ties to this. And that horn is... It's tapping into something that we've forgotten existed. Something so deep within our being that it is buried in centuries of history. We heard about your shindig. We've got plans with Avalon, meeting up with some people. As I understand it, there's not a lot of open water by there, but If we can swim close enough on the river, Snapmaw can get us there on land. I'll try. I'll try to keep you posted.
Will do. Kind of nods and fades off.
I think as you have this moment, I think you turn to see Vulcan. Was not intentionally eavesdropping, perhaps, but is close enough nearby to where he heard the entire exchange. And he goes, "Have you felt anything like a pull or a draw or anything?"
I have, but I've mostly attributed that to the current state of things, honestly. Mostly my oaths to Sardior and our current mission, but it seems to run deeper than that, it seems, the more I talk to people about it.
He nods his head and he goes, "Yeah, I I don't know. I remember when we were at the crash site and Diaval tried to Diaval. It was almost like he went feral, and I when I hear that fucking horn, I think I understand him a little. Like not Tiamat, obviously she's a fucking twat, but the I don't know, it doesn't feel like me. And I really don't fucking like that. And he's
I'm glad you're still with us.
he'll nod his head and he'll go, "Damn right. If we could shoot a fucking cannonball through Tiamat's eye, then god damn it, I'm taking it." And I think no insight check required. He's kind of shaken up. Not like, I mean, he's not falling apart at the seams or anything, but he's off in a way where you're like, you are very strong of will. But you gather that other Dragonborn are having issues with this. And to know that some of the crew of the Inferno have, left, have, gone to this, it's a little sobering, I think. This is powerful magic. And I think it's almost like in your mind, you just feel the little add to the oath, destroy the Drakhorn, because it's taking people away from me and from, their own sense of will. That oath of vengeance just coming in like, note to self, fuck up the Drakhorn.
Oh yeah, objective added.
Quest marker pops up on the map. With that, unless anyone else has anything, Tajin says that you are all ready to make the jump, as it were.
All right, boys.
Into the breach, meatbags?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we need to square up.
Yeah.
I would take the 10 minutes to inspire everybody with my speeches. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll some dice for that, my guy.
I don't even have to roll dice. It's just a flat 24.
24? Fuck yeah, dude. Everybody gets 24 temporary hit points. This does not add to your maximum like the other ones did, but that's a solid little cushion. As we go, you all head to, or whoever decides to do this, heads to the captain's quarters to use the gate stone. Who is going to try, and what are they going to try?
Now that I have at least probably determined what type of magic is required, I did swap a cantrip to see if a lower level spell would work, sort of like a test.
Mm.
So I'm going to try it first and just see what happens.
Yeah, what cantrip is this specifically?
It is Sword Burst, which, believe it or not, is Conjuration.
Conjuration, yeah, for sure. Because it makes actual swords, and I just love that. If it wasn't... Okay, anyway. You place your hands onto it, and as you cast the Sword Burst, roll an Arcana check for me.
Oh, I forgot this relied on my rolling ability. There it is, a 10.
As you do this, You don't notice directly, but I think that you two, who might have just been out about on the deck, reports that when you did that, the ballista all seems to get some type of like their the arrowheads sort of glowed for a second. Um, with a 10, you're not going to learn too much about why, but the spell does not manage to kickstart the gatestone, as it were.
Okay.
Would you like to try something else? Or would someone else like to try something else?
I'm assuming because of the level, but I also have Mage Hand, which is Conjuration, but it's a cantrip.
Y'all have I think you successfully gathered last session that it does seem to have to be conjuration, but you're not sure what like the minimum amount of power needed is. But it does seem to need some type of conjuration magic to get it kickstarted. Who wants to try something else?
I have a couple of things. If we want to give it a try. Last time I did a 4th or 5th level. I just have to find what it was.
The main thing is having to burn that spell slot to do it. I was hoping the cantrip would suffice. We didn't have to worry about it.
Oh, yeah.
See what I've got here.
Y'all can choose to fly there, but I think that the crew would tell you it would be probably the next day that you would get there. So,
Davos, is your teleport a spell slot or an item?
Spell slot.
Okay. Would you allow me to retroactively take Windwalk? Would we get there any faster? I guess not really.
With Windwalk, I forget what that post that we looked at.
Yeah, it doesn't make it much faster than a ship, so we probably wouldn't get there.
And this is faster than a normal ship.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let me find my conjuration spells real fast. I'm trying to remember which one is. Did I lose it?
This the max distance is 545, but this is a post, and I'm not sure if that's accurate. 545 miles.
Do you remember what level you did last time?
Oh, here we go.
It was like.
Oh, wait a second.
4th or 5th.
What
You use
spell did you
Conjure
cast?
Elemental. Conjure Elemental.
Yeah.
I did use Conjure Elemental, which I just swapped out. I don't have any more. Rip.
If I have to, I can burn a 4th level. I'm curious though, with the sword burst getting reported back that it had a slightly different effect.
If it's
I'm trying to piece together if that's important or not.
Just
Well,
pop.
I mean, I could
Like
try if the
starting
DM
an
will let
engine?
me. It's more that I'm curious about like the effect of the cantrip or the spell you cast might have an effect on how it impacts the ship. Like sword burst is an attack of swords, right? And for some reason, it seemed to bolster the items on the ship that can be used to attack things. So I wonder if it not only has to be that class of spell, but also something that would, like technically Conjure Elemental like opens, doesn't really open a gate to a different plane, but like it does pull something over.
See what you're saying?
You recall when you cast the Firebolt spell last time, it gave the engines a little more thrust. It seems like the spell used does seem to still have an effect if it doesn't accomplish the teleportation.
Gotcha.
You're channeling this energy through the ship. It just has to manifest in a certain. It has to think of it like it has to be a certain frequency to trigger the gate stones to open and close the portal.
Mm-hmm.
I got Misty Step I could try to use.
Is it a conjuration spell?
It is.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to try that.
What level you? Second level. Okay. You place your hands on the side of the crystal. You focus at the point on the map where Sapien has instructed you to go, and you feel as the crystal glows a bit. The ship marches forward, and you all look out the captain's quarters, but you have not teleported to where you need to go. You have just been thrust forward by the powers of your magic. I think you would also notice that when you did that, or I'm sorry, actually make an Arcana check for me, Devos. you would notice that the thrusters on the ship stopped, like for a brief second when you leaped forward. You're not sure what the fuck that's about, but you gather a second level spell slot is not quite enough, but Conjuration is in the right vein.
Okay. Last
Alright.
time you cast a 4th or 5th level.
Cast Conjure Elemental. So
I think that's fifth.
I,
I
think
could be
that's what
mistaken.
I don't have it anymore.
You know a 2 doesn't work, so either a 3, 4, or a 5. A 5 for sure will. A 4 would give you a better idea. But if I will allow free swap of spells for this because you would know that this would be something
Conjure
on your to-do
Elemental's
list.
5th level.
Yeah.
Let me look at my spells.
I cast Fireball. I'm just joking.
I mean, I could.
As you do.
I didn't ask.
I
how
mean,
hard
you know-
it is.
You know what, man? He was built for this. Screw it. I'm gonna call you two over,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna have him put his hand on the globe, and I'm gonna have him cast Plane Shift.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Roll an Arcana check for you too.
He's gonna probably roll so good, little sucker.
Yeah, because he's not you.
He did. It's 23.
I love it. That's pretty good. Yeah. So he places his hands on the crystal. He focuses on the point of the map. He casts the spell. The crystals in front and the rear of the ship light up. A portal is opened. The ship goes into a free fall for a second. The thrusters stop as the ship basically not falls, but continues its trajectory through the portal. And as it goes through, the rear gem closes the portal behind you, and the thrusters reactivate. With a 23, he's going to find out that it does have to be a conjuration spell. He thinks that you could go lower. He thinks a level 4 will do it. He says, if you happen to know Dimension Door, that might be a good baseline. But if any conjuration of 4th level or higher will work.
My bad, guys.
It's also quite interesting to see that the thrusters stop. Because I feel there are other ships like this. You could, in theory, sabotage the stone at the rear of the ship that closes the portal. And if they were to teleport, or if you could force them to teleport, they would open the portal and go through without thrusters. And because the energy source is still maintaining the portal and not being closed by that rear stone, it would be dead in the air. It would crash. Huh. He even cocks his head to the side a bit and goes, I think even, it's a wild theory, but I think if you were to, even after using this, if you were to give it something strong enough, I think you could probably use it again. It draws on power from the elementals. So a 4th will get you there, but perhaps if you do something higher, like Plane Shift, granted, perhaps even after using its once-a-day ability, you might be able to jumpstart it. It'd be a bit of a gamble, though.
I look at him knowingly and nodding. I'm like, you're gonna forget all this later because I know you will, but I'm going to take copious notes and start
What?
scribbling in a notebook.
And it's already gone from his pretty little head. You know what? New headcanon. U2 is kind of spacey in the way that Gilderoy Lockhart is after he obliviates himself. He's just kind of like anything that said like, "Who are you?"
Would you say he's a little bit airy?
Oh, not yet. He's not. I'll kill you and get there though. Fantastic. You all have teleported to the location. This base camp that Safine has set up, or helped to set up, is about 100 miles or so west of the Well of Dragons, between the High Moor and the Forest of Worms. I think as you enter, just on the outside of it, you feel it's almost like the ship is traveling along its path, and then as it gets to a certain point, it's hitting a wall. Imagine like in a video game where you're walking toward an area you can't quite get to, and it's blocked in some way. I think Penelope will say, "This is warding, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Nissa's work. She's quite talented at this. Perhaps we should set the ship down nearby and try to walk through." And as you guys guide the ship down and park and hop off, even on foot, there seems to be a type of wall. And I think that because you are who you are, as you touch the wall, the idea occurs to you, there's a password. And I think Tabitha would say, "Oh, wait, no. Safine told me about this. Hang on. Sneaky chocolate. No. It was something like that, though. And she's trying to find the password. She thinks it's sneaky chocolate."
Supple fudge?
As you say it, the wall fades, and you may enter into the area. They figured it was something no one would say, or know to say, unless they, had ties to the group. Appearing before your eyes are dozens of tents, but the first thing that occurs to you is it is not nearly enough. This is supposed to be a base camp. It is, it's nothing. There's maybe 12 tents here. It's maybe 24. It's not a lot. And speaking of troops, you're not seeing a whole lot of them. You're almost a little alarmed at how empty the camp is. I mean, there are several guards, but the camp seems surprisingly devoid of activity. Now, each of these tents does have a symbol emblazoned on it. You see one for the Lord's Alliance. You see one for the Order of the Aster and the Order of the Gauntlet. The Heraldry of the Storm King, the Mark of the Blue Bear Tribe, Emerald Enclave, tons of them. Even you even see the Phoenix of Nightstone. But these tents are just not quite what you were expecting. Maybe 10 by 10, almost simple yurts. They're not yurts. What is the thing? Maybe yurt is right, but
EP.
Yeah, yurts. Like a nicer than primitive tents, but not like solid structures.
Yeah.
Are they magical?
How do you go about finding out?
You said there was a Nightstone one. Maybe
Yeah.
put my head in there.
Like,
See if they're really just houses for like a portal or something.
As you poke your head through the fabric, or pull it aside rather, you do see a very spacious full barracks. You see Torum Breck, who is Sidiri's second in command, sees you and looks startled, and you see members of the Nightstone Guard, the Nightstone Watch. You see members of the Ardeep Rangers. You see dozens of familiar faces. And as Torum sees you, he very startledly jumps into a salute and goes, "Dawnbringer, sir. How can we be of assistance, Lord Dawnbringer, sir? Sir, Lord Dawnbringer, Dawnbringer."
Davos is fine for now. You're fired. No, I'm kidding.
Sir Davos Dawnbringer, Lord.
No,
and Savior.
we just were outside. It seemed like there was very little tents for the impression we were given as far as a camp.
Oh, well, that's Safine's doing. She's been rather proficient at throwing these together. She's allowed us all to have it's allowed us to be much more compact. If we were to gather hundreds of troops, it would be kind of easy to spot, and warding an area that large would be very difficult. This allows us to be a little more compact. Sidiri is in the main tent with Safine and several others, I believe, but if there's anything I can do for you, sir, just say the word.
Will do. I think it's to the main tent we need to head that way.
Righto, sir. Godspeed. Nathaniel speed. Fuck. I ruined it.
Ask him if they've heard from Osvius.
I imagine Goldbrand can just say this himself. Yes, Mr. Starkeeper, sir, we did receive a message. Sidiri received something telepathically, but as soon as he got it, he went to the tent. I haven't heard the news. Good call, by the way. I hear you were the one who pulled him out of retirement. Brilliant move, sir.
Hope so. As long as
All
goes
he did
for
was
the
what we
rules.
did to him.
Wait, what?
All Goldbrand did was that's what we did to Goldbrand. We pulled him out of retirement. We just wanted to do it to somebody else.
He's like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm,
Fantastic. As you exit out of the tent and make your way by, it makes a little more sense, the lack of activity, because you don't even hear like movement within the tents. But if they're all their own little extra dimensional spaces, their own little demiplanes, this is a good way to keep a low profile. As you enter this main tent, it has a rather familiar marking. It's an eyeball, but you realize it's the eye that Safine has marked on her head. It's like yellow with the dot in the middle and then lines above and below. And as you enter this, while the tent was a little more than 10 by 10, you enter and you see a spacious and elaborate war room with dozens of chairs arranged in a large gallery, as well as a large map of the area embedded into the floor. On the map, you see several small statues, and it almost reminds you of dragon chess. Not me, not Hermione. We jump you to a different map.
oh my.
Allow me to take this opportunity to tell everybody that when you took a long rest, you lost your HP max override that you got from Hero's Feast. So if you have
Oh.
not added that back, you should do so.
That's very good to know. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so add, what was it? 9?
It was 9.
Sounds
Yeah,
like someone from experience.
I just happened to notice.
As you all enter this tent, you do see quite a gathering, perhaps maybe 20 or so people, not nearly as big as the Council of Waterdeep was, but you see a lot of the same faces. You of course are going in, and I imagine that Tajin would accompany with you. You two might be tagging along just to be you two. Do you bring Sonder, your prisoner from the Cult of the Dragon?
But Goldbrand's going to stand behind him menacingly the whole time.
Yeah.
Hand on his shoulder for the first, 2 hours.
You also within this tent, you see Safine. You see Sidiri, who is the head of the Nightstone Watch. You see Harshnag is in here. You see Integrity. You see Bergen, Vindicator Stonespire. You see Revna of the Blue Bear tribe, and Ta'asik and Romulus. Just a few of the chieftains, but more than one. You also see Zane Freysworn, the Lord's Alliance captain. You see Tabitha, Lady Neverwinter, Duke Ravengard. You also see Chancellor Arasume and High Mage Terran of Silvery Moon. These are the two that were kind of holding out until you could get the bargain with Cloth. Both of them are there, which is a very good sign. You see Thara of the Emerald Enclave. You see a Harper, and this one was technically at the meeting, Harper Lorelei. But I think that you hear a bit of a voice behind you say, "Oh, what if this doesn't make for a familiar face?" And as you turn, you see a blonde woman, probably now in her upper 40s, little lines at the corner of her eyes, kind of scowling perpetually. And it kind of clicks that this is Kella Darkhope. This is the
That
Zentarum
fucking
agent that was the very first antagonist you found in the city of Nightstone, and then later Lady Scarlet. But she was, of course, driven from the city after Safine made the masks open, as it were. But she's just here, sitting pretty, wearing Zentarum garb, of course.
Tessa. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, Derek, was it? I think that was it. You look like a Derek.
Well, you just like hanging. Nah, I got nothing. She got me, guys.
I could think
Won't be the
Goldbrand is
last
just,
time, don't worry.
dead ass staring. I would kill you if I could, but I can't.
Smart
Did you end
boy.
up getting another boyfriend? Because I can kill him too.
Ooh. In his dreams. Trust me, I had no interest in him. I did lose a good lackey, and that is always hard to come by, but I've climbed the ladder myself these last few years. I've got more than enough to go around. But if you're ever that desperate, you could always come barking up my tree.
I'm
Yeah.
taken.
You're pagan? Is that what you said?
I'm taken.
Oh, okay. She goes,
At this time, like, Arcanox kind of leans over to Pandora. He's like, "Who the fuck is this?"
yeah. Yeah, were y'all here for the ball? The Nightstone?
No.
Or the...
No,
Oh,
bro.
Oh, this
I
was
know
just
nothing
before
about
y'all
this.
joined. This is she's an agent of the Zentarum. She's so Zentarum are like Thieves Guild, a little darker than Thieves Guild, but that's their core thing. And she has been an antagonist time and time again, but apparently desperate times call for desperate measures. She'll even say, yeah, oh, you're taken. Yeah, it seems like you would have strange bedfellows.
Speaking
And
of
she-
strange, why are you here? Are we really that desperate, Saphine?
Saphine off to the side goes, yes, and play nice. And Kella will sort of cock her head to the side and say, oh, don't worry, Davos. I don't want the world to end any more than you do. I can't steal from corpses, Well, you can once, but they don't. It makes it a lot harder over time, especially when you're fighting a dragon for the scraps.
Where do I know about that?
He goes, oh, you know something about scrapping with dragons, do you? And you hear a voice across say, well, he knows quite a bit about that. If half of what I've heard is true, and judging by his reputation, I'd say half of it is. And you see an older man that does not look very familiar, scarred and battle worn, and just kind of weary. But he's got this gaze that's almost a little familiar. Anyone who wants to can maybe make an insight check.
Father Time?
I will make that.
I mean, sure.
Gobrand will make
I
that insight
got a
check.
plus 12 to
While he-
insight.
Ooh,
I see.
26 is pretty solid. I'll see if anybody
Alright.
can get higher.
Gobrand also
Let's let you two
silently
make it happen.
adds
Screw it.
kill Kella Darkhope to his list of things to die trying to do.
It's funny because I had this idea of bringing her back for this event, and I was thinking, like, did I kill her? And I had to go back and listen to like 2 or 3 episodes just to make sure. With a 26, Davos, Goldbrand, I think it kind of clicks. Like, not the face, but something about the eyes. And you realize that this is Claw. This is old Snarl in a human form. Here for the war meeting, just like the rest of you.
Good for him. Gobrand just gives him a nod. Don't say anything.
I only scrap with dragons who are mean to me. I don't just go for fun. It's not like a hobby. Goldbrand's killed more dragons than anybody.
I'm just gonna let you stew in your shame for a few more moments. And he'll wander off. You also see a few other faces, but mostly ones you don't recognize, whether they be lords or dignitaries or representatives from other groups. The room sort of starts to settle down as Saphine takes to the center of this platform. And she'll say, thank you all for coming with such urgency. I understand that our time is pressed, so I'll try to be brief. Our intelligence reports that the Cult of the Dragon has assembled a truly massive force that has surrounded the Well of Dragons on all sides. And with a wave of her hand, a jagged-looking temple rises from the center of the structure. You see as it's made of this almost like ivory stone, and circling around it are 3 dragons. And you also see 3 smaller humanoids standing at the base of this temple. And it doesn't take you long to recognize that these are the Worm Speakers, as well as their respective draconic companions. Saphine will say, this is the Temple of Tiamat, the epicenter of this threat. This is where the ritual will need to be conducted. We know that Erebus the Unassailable, Dimitri the Madman, and Duke Enmity will likely stay close to this site, with their respective draconic companion. Due to the mountainous terrain, she gestures to the three. This map is, by the way, topographic. The stone does rise to make it three-dimensional, and you see three mountain ranges. She says, due to this, there are three primary fronts. The southern front is primary fiendish, and as she waves her hand, you watch as dozens of stone devils arise from the stone, as well as a red and a white dragon. They have quite a bit of firepower, and they are and they're comprised of infantry and flying troops. The western front is guarded by the forces of Darkhold, as well as a black dragon. They're heavily armored but not very mobile, but they do have siege to help them with any aerial threats. Lastly, the northern front. This was heavily guarded by undead forces, but thankfully, the Lords of Nightstone were able to resolve that little issue as I understand it. There's been a flurry of activity in this area, and we believe that there are lizard men who are moving in to try to fill this gap in their defenses. Thankfully, we've also had some agents gathering intelligence for us. I've been able to learn a little more. Harper Lorelei, would you share what you've learned? And as she says this, you see a woman stand. This is a woman that you met, perhaps briefly, at the Council of Waterdeep. And she says, since the Council of Waterdeep yesterday, there have been dozens of dragon attacks on cities in the vicinity. Nearly every city within 100 miles has been hit, and in most cases by multiple dragons. Many of the closest towns have been razed entirely. Hill's Edge, Prosker, Hovarn are the latest to be wiped from the map. Many of the fleeing refugees have been snatched, and we believe it will be used as sacrifices in Tiamat's ritual, if we cannot get to them beforehand. We've also spotted a dozen dragons positioned across the region, and flocks of younglings and wyverns too numerable to count. We've also noticed 4 airships patrolling the perimeter, each accompanied by a mature dragon and a flock, so a stealth attack is pretty much out of the question. I'm going to pop these up, and you watch as rising from the stone are 4 stone ships, as well as 4 dragons, and 4 swarms of wyverns that do fly and float above the stone. I think Zane, captain of the Lord's Alliance, or a captain of the Lord's Alliance, will say, we will likely need to take the ships out before we can begin our ground invasion. So we'll need 4 squadrons to launch simultaneous attacks. My recommendation is that each team consists of an aerial battalion paired with a ranged or an artillery team, and a dragon of our own to help even the odds. Kella will speak up and say, you'll have a hard time getting your draconic allies that close. The Drakhorn is said to be unbearable to non-chromatic dragons within 50 miles. Lorelei, 50 miles? It's nearly the whole damn valley. Safine looks at the map and waving her hand does cause a spot on the map, this green dot that represents the Drakhorn, to radiate out a circle 50 miles in diameter. As this pops up, Sidiri, well, we can't have that. We'll be slaughtered without our draconic allies. We'll need to neutralize that, and early on, too. Easier said than done, Shug. That thing is older than humanity. I can make a charm for disenchanting it, but even then, you'd have to get the hell away. You'd have to get the hell away pretty quick to not get caught in the blast, and you'd still probably have to break it afterwards. She does. I will put this in your bag because I will forget to later. She says, I have a good idea of a strike team we can send in, though. She'll pop a glance to all of you. This is a spell that does not exist in 5th edition, which should tell you something right away. This is Charm of Disjunction, or Mordenkainen's Disjunction. This little amulet, once you activate it, You have 12 seconds before a surge of arcane energy fries the weave within 100 feet. Any magical effects in the area are immediately dispelled, and magical items within the radius become mundane for an hour. She says, if you can use this to make the horn mundane in nature, it'll become much more fragile. Zane says, well, we'll have a good task force for that. No way we're getting a battalion in there undetected. Are the 5 of you agreeable to that?
I think we have a particular set of skills that would make this more easily manageable.
That's the second time Taken has been referenced in the last 20 minutes. I'm just saying it.
What was the first one?
Same.
It was literally a setup to Taken. I can't remember. We'll have to watch the recording later. But I was gonna say it, and I was like, no, I'll keep my mouth shut. But then you had to say it.
It's subconscious. Liam Neeson is in our minds and our hearts, as always. Zane will say, so we take out the Draghorn, strike down the ships, and once we engage in the skies, we can have our ground forces move in on all 3 fronts. While we should attack from all 3 fronts to thin their defense, while we should attack on all 3 fronts to thin their defenses, I believe our best chance is through the southern pass. The fiends seem to be the fewest in number. Kala will pop in, but you'll be leading them into an ambush. My agents within Darkhold report that they are anticipating reinforcements from the Underdark, and that the Land's Mouth is the best tactical entry for them to do that. This area right down here. Y'all would know about this. There are some parts of the world where the Underdeep has been thinned. The earth above the Underdark has been thinned to such a point where parts of it have collapsed. So this is sort of an open entry into the Underdark. Meaning quite spooky. She says, if you lead in too small a force, your infantry will be flanked and pincered, impressing them and making it easy for the dragons to finish the attack. Also, I happen to know for a fact that there are more than a dozen dragons. I don't know their exact positions. We should be cautious. They could be concealed anywhere, especially those with arcane means. We also have reports that the lizard men are going to be heading the northern border. They're not exactly tough, but with so many of them, I'm a little worried about the numbers slowing us down. Sadiri will chime in with, we have had an agent make his way in as well. I've just received his report moments ago. And I'm going to have one of you roll a d20 for me for Osvius.
I feel like Goldbrand's been the one continually asking.
16. That's going to be a 23. So, good news first. He's not dead and he's not captured. Yeah. He says, according to our intelligence, there is a mature dragon hidden within the reaching woods, seemingly there to reinforce Darkhold's forces. I'm going to put this on the map. Right down here, he says, there also appears to be a Hydra waiting within the swamp to the northeast. Whenever our troops move in, seems to be poised to come in and attack us from the rear, trying to catch us exposed. And because you beat a 20, we've also heard tell of an enormous sea serpent that the fishers from Coromir have reported. It's been spotted in the Dragonmere Bay. Its mere presence is concerning, especially as it would appear to be capable of using the many rivers to travel. And the dragon is in the sea here, but this does connect to several rivers that seems like it could make its way to any front if it desired to. Do one more thing. Just because this is one more thing. Just because that hurts my eyes. Sidiri. No, sorry. Sonder, your elven captive, will speak up and say, you should also take a great deal of care fighting the airships. The Drakesbane shots can be rather crippling. I think everyone will kind of...
Drakesbane.
Drakesbane shots.
The Bane
All
of
of the ship-
Dragons.
Yes, clearly, yes. We've all taken basic Latin. Thank you. No, yes, Drakesbane
Goldburn.
is on each of the on each of the ships. There is a particular cannonball that is inscribed with ancient sigils. It's a rather effective means to attack the dragons. You're familiar with an arrow of dragon slaying. This is a much more potent use of it. I mean, the cannonball alone
Like a
doesn't.
ballista version.
What was that?
Like a
The,
ballista version, pretty much.
Well, it is a cannonball, but yeah, much more potent. He says that the cannonball itself is much more packs much more of a wallop than an arrow, but the enchantment on this is also much more powerful. I'll tell you mechanically, because you technically do have one on your ship. That obviously this has to be fired from a ship, but deals 8d10, or an average of 44 bludgeoning damage, then forces them to make a DC 25 con save or take 10d10 force damage.
Damn.
So you're looking at an average of about 100 points of damage if they fail to save. This is a very good thing to know, as he seems to be. He goes, "Did you not notice downstairs the racks of the balls? There's one at the very helm of the ship that's glowing. I thought it was rather obvious. Something that y'all didn't quite roll high enough on your investigation to pick out, but is a powerful object." Sethine seems to grow a little blanched as she says, "So you're telling me that the other 4 airships we're fighting against are going to have one of these?" He goes, "Oh yes, they are specifically used for instances of great conflict. We've never had to fire ours, but if there ever was a time to shoot your shot, as it were, this would be it." Also,
A way to
Sorry, go ahead.
render these airships useless, unflyable. I know you said the enchantment was stronger, but
he cocks his head to the side and goes, "Well, there are a couple of ways. I believe that if you were to free the elementals that are contained within them, you could certainly make them powerless, and they would just plummet. And I think all of you, it's not lost on any of you, that this is exactly what Erebus and Dimitri did to your airship, to the Wyvern. They cut through the containment chambers and released the elementals, and your ship became deadweight. So this does prove interesting knowledge. I think you too would speak up too and say, and mention what we spoke of earlier, that if you can sabotage the rear gate stone, you might be able to make them powerless of that means as well. Of course, they would either have to teleport or you would have to force them to teleport to make that applicable. But another option.
it would be important to go back doors.
I think that, remember when we went in Spelljammer, we went in a butthole or something? I forget exactly what.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
It was the back of a ship.
A
It was
night
so
spider,
good.
yeah.
The spider, yeah.
The hatch you had to get in was in the butthole or thorax.
The silk.
Or well, at least the hatch y'all went through it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know before till we y'all got there. I was like, oh my.
I think you'll probably hear one of the a dwarf speak up and say, "Or you could always shoot it out of the bloody sky. That always tends to work." Seems you have
That
more,
is
than a
right.
couple of ways to take out a few of these airships. I think the last thing that Sonder would say is, I can also tell you a little bit about the layout of the temple. The main chamber has 5 keystones, and each of them takes you to an otherwise inaccessible part of the temple. There'll be cultists in each of these, I imagine. The plan is still on. They will be performing a ritual that will protect a 6th chamber. If you slay the 5 that are doing this, you could certainly get to the 6th chamber and stop the ritual itself. What exactly will be in there waiting for you, I cannot say. And I think Sethine would sort of like furrow her brow and goes, "And who the fuck are you again?"
We
And
found him on the
kind-
ships. A supposedly repentant former cult member. Gorbran's gonna squeeze just a little bit on his hand on his shoulder.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Safine will cock an eyebrow and goes, reformed, huh? Well, just be sure you keep an eye on them. I don't trust anybody who can go that deep on that bullshit. I think that Sandra might even try to defend himself. He'll go, well, in my defense, I just thought that, of the deities, if I was going to worship something, I might as well worship a dragon. I mean, powerful and incredible, really. And
Pandora's just
Safine,
gonna throw her arms up and be like, "Listen, I wanted to off him, but they wouldn't let me."
It hasn't been ruled out
Safine,
yet.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you said get him off. That's why I said no.
Wait, said no to what?
I thought Pandora said she wanted to get him off. That's why I said no.
Womp womp womp.
We know where your mind always is, Davos.
Yes.
We will say there seem to be 3 parts to this assault. Neutralize the Drac horn, take down the airships, and stop the ritual. The foot troops will be doing a little bit more stuff in between, but these are the 3 parts that you can primarily assist with. I think that Safine would say, we should probably do our best to come up with a plan of assault. And I'm going to reveal, if you want to look at the bottom of your map, your rank. Wait, there we go. We are going to come up with a battle plan, my dude. The best way to look at this is that there are 3 ground fronts, where you see these 3 flags. Oh, let me go to the clicker. Where you'll need infantry and cavalry units. Or artillery or range, or whatever mix, but those will suffice. Then you have 4 airships, 1 in each of these corners, where there is an airship, a dragon, and a flock of wyvern. These, you will need your aerial units, your ranged units, your artillery, your dragons, to counterattack them. We're going to divide up this plan, and the way I'm going to do this is, everything's going to be a flat roll, but if you can put together an assault team, for lack of a better word, like, hey, these 3 have this synergy for this reason, or this unit will do well on this fight because it's this type of terrain. If you can provide me with a reason why a unit should be somewhere, it's going to get a +1 to their check, and that stacks. So as many +1s as you can, come up with, will make your odds much better for this fight.
Okay.
What's
I know
it?
this. I know this is probably overwhelming to a degree.
Because let's
So-
start first. We need to take the Draghorn out.
100%. That's the first step, no
So-
matter what.
And that's gonna be us mostly.
Right.
But somebody has to destroy it after we put the thing on it, so I would think that it would either need to be aerial or artillery, right? Because you need something that can hit it from range and blow it up big.
I think we'll
Not-
be able to blow it up, but I see what you're saying. We could take a
Okay.
dragon with us.
Not
Yeah,
it, not necessarily has to be ranged. Once it's activated, you have to wait for the blast, the way I understand, and then
yeah, and the
go
thing is,
right.
the dragons can't approach within 50 miles until this is taken care of. You can't bring a dragon with you. But what you can do is you can go in, plant the charm, and the goal is to get the fuck away. Otherwise, all your magical shit is going to be null for an hour, and that would be a severe crippling effect.
Right.
Once it goes off, then you can do whatever to actually break it. But it has hit points and an AC and damage threshold. But you don't get to that until it's mundane.
It's just, to me, it makes sense to set it off, back away, like we try to get away from it, and have people sort of waiting in the wings, like the perimeter of it, that are ready to just assault the hell out of it as soon as it becomes inactive. And I think it
think
makes more sense to do that from the air or from distance.
I think as you're using this around, because I'm going to, this is a council, Safine might say, well, it's going to be difficult to get troops in. at least that far in until we can take out the airships. I think the Drakhorn specifically is going to be a little bit more of a spec ops kind of thing. Once you do that, then we can move in and take care of what we need to.
Yeah, so
Perhaps
the
we
impression I got was, if I can, let's just say me, because I have Dimension Door, get in there, plant the thing, Dimension Door out, up to the safe distance of 100 feet, I think it was.
Yeah.
Once that goes off, y'all wait outside the 100 feet, and then we just bum rush the thing and destroy it.
Drop
I guess
some,
as
some
us
big ol'
five.
spells on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Safine will say, oh, certainly, yeah. I'm sure there will be guards there. However, there's not a great need to kill them at that time. The main goal is just to get rid of the horn. So, no, that is most certainly a possibility.
So then we have to pick where these
And we
guys
gotta
are
take
gonna
out the
go.
ships.
Yeah, next will be the ships. Perhaps, since there's 4 of them, let's start by choosing 4 of our Draconic allies. And then we'll add some aerial and support units and round that out.
But see, my first
So
thought
you-
was, are we going to handle one of the ships?
You
I
certainly
consider-
could.
I consider us a unit by ourselves.
Yes. Y'all are a force of destruction. So,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm a
y'all
unit.
could.
There's no question.
Yeah, so if we take one of the ships, I don't think it matters which
We'd
one.
have our Red Wing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I think
think,
we should take the White Wing, because personally, I think we need to move to the Infernal Horde there. That's where Bell is most likely.
I second that.
Yeah, that makes the most sense
Davos.
for us to go through that section. So if we hit the Black Wing or the White Wing, Arx, you want to go knock the fucking ship out of the skies that Urberus has? Want to go knock Urberus' ship out of the skies?
It's like you even have to ask.
I think that Sonder would say, well, Urberus will not be on the ship, but
No, but it's his
you
ship.
certainly
We can
could.
crash it.
Like I give
You
a
could-
fuck.
You could so you have the mark of the dragon on your ship. You could conceal yourself, lie essentially to get in, pretend you're heading toward the well, strike the Drakhorn. But then once you do that, you're not going to have that pass, as it were. You might not be able to get across everything without stirring up a lot of trouble. Now we will be rather close to the Green Wing. We could just do a 180, destroy the Drakhorn, turn and work on destroying those 3.
As far as close,
Or, hear me out. We steal the Dragonborn.
Safine will go, you could, as long as it stops blowing, I don't care what the fuck you do with it. I would rather it be dealt with permanently, but I could settle for being inactive.
I'm stealing fucking Urberus' ship. Motherfucker.
I didn't realize the token for this Drakhorn is here.
Yeah, sorry.
A question: how big is the Draghorn?
It is enormous. It takes 2 large creatures to hold it and a 3rd creature to blow it. So it's pretty big.
So if
It's not
somebody
something you
were-
could carry as an individual.
If somebody were to cast Enlarge Reduce on it to make it smaller, would it be easier to move somewhere else for a period of time?
I mean, it would be easier, but it would still be pretty big. I'd say
What about adjusting density?
would make it lighter. Again, it would make it easier. Shut the fuck up.
I don't honestly.
just-
I don't want to steal it. I want to nuke it, but I don't know.
Very D&D thing. What if we wanted to take it instead? That'll just 3 different
Oh, I
players.
thought you were laughing at adjusting density as like a phallic
No,
thing. Okay.
No, I was giggling at stereotypical players derailing thing. Like, it's
As long
exactly
as you
something
take care of it,
players.
I don't care what you do with it. So strike the Drakhorn.
I think that's the play.
You could try to get to one of the other ships. The green's going to be the easiest. The white will be the hardest. The blue
You
and the
mean
black.
just in location? Or
Yeah,
act-
because think about it.
Get
Once
to
you
it, yeah.
so
Alright.
you fly in, everybody thinks you're just one of them. You destroy the Drakhorn, suddenly everybody knows you're enemy number 1. And so that's going to scramble some units. Now, the idea is as soon as you destroy that horn, everybody else closes in to sort of start the chaos. But if you were to try to fly toward black, for example, you'd be going through a war zone to do it, with at least 2 dragons
We do have bombs
in the
to drop.
vicinity. One more time.
We do have bombs to drop. That's mostly a joke.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the battle group bombs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
So we are approaching from the outside, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, outside the circle.
You don't have to necessarily approach from here, but where you guys are is a little further west than this. Y'all are 100 miles out. I think this map goes out to about 70 miles out. So you're just beyond the border of the map.
Could we not go from the Draghorn over the circle, the main circle?
You could, but it would be an area with a lot of activity.
And we
You'd have
to
these
take
three dragons to deal with, as well as anything else they decided to pursue.
And we need to take a ship and let our forces
Yeah.
take the other ships before we continue onward.
and I think it makes sense to take the green one because it's right beside us. It's also moving away from where the primary combat zone will be, into sort of a
Oh.
thinner area. And my thought is that if we take the horn first, if there are any dragons or draconic things that are here against their will that might flee or scatter, then the herd will make it easier to assault the rest of them.
Safine will nod her head. She says, "Yeah, that's a very fair point. There are many things that are compelled to be here that don't necessarily want to be. I don't know if destroying the horn will have an instantaneous effect, but if nothing else, it'll be easier to shake them out of it."
Okay. So I have conflicted feelings about how I want to arrange our units.
So let's say we take the horn first. Let's say we even do that without assistance, or if we did have assistance, it was like, what would you consider artillery? Because to me, I'm thinking like mortars and stuff. When you see artillery, I'm thinking like guys that can
Oh.
nuke stuff from far away.
Yes, this is technically magical artillery. So the dwarven artillery is actual artillery. Think like mangonels, ballista, heavy siege weapons. Zephyros and the Cloud Giants, moving castle, can throw boulders. Slow unit, but can deal a lot of damage. This here is actually the Uthgart, the Thunder Beast tribe will come in as beasties. So this is a ground-based thing. Not very quick, but can deal a lot of damage and destroy structures and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then for the Emerald Enclave, it's a section of Trents. Now they are also ground-based, but they can reach aerial units as well.
I just think it makes sense to have some of those guys on standby, like almost between the horn and the green ship, to sort of like lay assault to both of them a little bit if possible.
Yeah, so I think
they can also
think-
damage Darkhold here, which seems to be the biggest section of forces. I imagine them to be like heavy armored forces. That's like, I don't know, maybe that's just the art giving me that vibe. We could arrange artillery here, where it could assist with the horn, the Darkhold armies, or the ship. I think we should consider the horn and the ship, like, we can take care of it. We don't necessarily have to devote more resources, except I think we should take Cloth with us everywhere we go. Be like, all right, now you're coming with, as soon as we knock the Draghorn down, you're coming with us for the rest of the time. We can keep an eye on him, and he's fucking stacked. Like,
Sloth will
Well-
shake his head and say, "Oh no, I have but one grudge here. I'm here to prove my dominance. I will fight Rancor, but I will not bother myself with these petty challenges.
why are you on my list of soldiers? Okay, fine.
Because
Well,
his enemy Rancor is here. I'll even drop where's a good spot? I'll move Rancor and Cloth off to the side because they are going to be dealing with each other.
Listen, man, that's assuming the Obsidian Dragon hasn't gone rogue. All right, like
yeah, don't talk about it. Maybe we take Cephine with us.
I'll say you didn't say that out loud because that might
It's like
that might be
panic.
like some
We
put
need at
soldier
least,
to the side. The what?
Well,
we need at least one dragon with us to deal with this green dragon here. I think. Other than that, we can
Yeah.
distribute. I think we
Sapien
should
says,
take.
yeah, you could again, the dragons won't be able to approach until the horn is dealt with, but you could have them waiting on standby out here with perhaps the dragon and maybe even another unit. Or if you boys are feeling cocky, you can take out the ship and then take out the dragon. The Wyverns might prove a problem, but I almost guarantee if you take the dragon out, they'll leave you the fuck alone. But we've got troops to spare. take someone with you, and if we decide that we need to move that person somewhere else, we can do that.
I think that tactically makes sense, though. If you have dragons up here, right, we take the horn, we converge up here on the green ship, nuke the sucker, and then we have artillery who's slower moving, so the other troops are going to move faster than them, sort of pushing ahead as everybody else sweeps that direction. And sort of just like, I don't know, wade across the battlefield best we can. I mean, we could try to move to the right and take this ship second to try and better our odds, but
you're only going to have to take one. There's going to be teams. You're going to make 4 teams for the airships. So don't think of it like we have to take all these out. You can take down one and have whatever assistance you want. At the same time, 3 other battles are going to be happening. And once y'all do with that, then forces will move in on the ground units.
I just don't want to overthink it. I think it makes a ton of sense to have artillery sort of plant like here in the middle because they're moving slower than everybody else. You know, we mentioned they're slower. Have the dragons waiting in the wings. The minute this horn goes down with the help of artillery and us, everything moves in from the north. We assist by moving back up this way, take this ship, and then just sort of a wave of attack moving from this direction down towards the center. Or converging on it.
Yeah, I think the artillery won't be able to move in by itself just because of this Hydra here, sort of blocking part of the valley. But it could be up here with the dragon, and they could move in together. Depending on the artillery, the dragon might even be able to help them move along a little quicker.
What I was going to suggest, and I can't actually move these, to try to start placing things on things, is to put the druid artillery and the dinosaur artillery, the Uthgar artillery, on like assigned, quote unquote, to the Hydra. They take the Hydra first. Zephyros and the remaining Zephyros and the remaining artillery will go in this back area. Can I ping? With the idea to move forward and assist with either the ship or these down here.
Well, again, then you're putting all 4 of your artillery on one unit.
And the idea is you spread them around so it helps. Like they converge from all 4 corners to the middle.
Well, we could put them
the goal is
want to come.
But how about before you put the rest of your artillery down, go ahead and assign you can put a dragon on each one of these ships. Start with that. Then you can decide, do I want artillery or ranged units? And then do I want an aerial unit to support them? And, for the most part, dragons and giants, think of them as strong as 2 units. The infantry that Harshnag is going to be leading can take on 2 normal size units. Zephyros' castle could probably handle a dragon on its own.
Let's put a copper dragon on the green ship.
Yeah,
please.
Absolutely.
Silver dragon on the white ship. I don't remember. I do not remember. I don't remember the right ways to get these where we need them to be.
You said silver on which ship?
The white ship.
White ship, heard?
I think it's gonna be. What's the other one over here? I think brass needs to get the lightning one, the blue one. Y'all help if y'all remember.
I'm thinking an aerial unit to support each one of those dragons except for the green wing. So the other
because my assumption is we're gonna take most of this upper quadrant, so we could definitely, if there's thinner troops, spread them out around the other 3.
Yes, I agree, but I'm trying to get a dragon to each ship. We need send the bronze
hearing what you were saying
and the
earlier
gold to the black.
Hearing what you were saying earlier, it's bronze that is lightning. So you want that one on the blue dragon?
Yes, please.
I get what you're doing now. Yeah, so silver's good. Copper is good. There is not a metallic dragon that does acid.
Yeah, I figure maybe we send
both.
both.
A little bit back in the day, but it's been a while.
If we really want to mess with that ship, we send both of those dragons of the brass and the gold just to try to sick, some damage on it.
Well, keep in mind you have several dragons that you've got to fight up here too, so might not want to oversaturate. Plant, cover your bases, and then you can add reinforcements to fuck it up.
And the ship areas are thin defensive-wise, so we need to make sure that it's sort of match to match best we can.
Put the gold on the black one, please.
Heard.
And then I think we have Harshnag looks like our biggest, heaviest infantry unit. I've been thinking we put him right here, because
They're
because
gonna
he
have the
can.
most.
Yeah, these guys are thinned. They have the least, and if something comes from here, he's theoretically a big, heavy unit to kind of hold an anchor there.
Yeah, he's kind of half infantry, half siege. I should specify there might be a token of a particular figure, but they are representative of armies. Most of these, I think you could treat as about 50 people. So this is not just Harshnag. This is frost giants and fire giants and hill giants and stone giants that are all marching together. The dragons are individual, but everything else is groups.
Am I correct in thinking of the Storm King? He's an aerial unit, but is that almost going to be sort of like artillery? It's a heavy powered aerial unit.
Yeah, similar thing. It can, for the purposes of this, they could take on 2 normal aerial units, or they could take on 1 dragon, or they could take on a ship and maybe something else. They're pretty stout. This would be cloud giants and storm giants riding rocks. So pretty powerful.
I sort of wonder if we shouldn't take him and put him over here and let him lead the charge against Darkhold. The idea being they can siege them from an aerial vantage point.
Yeah. My question mark around this is if we spread them too thin, what happens? Like, there are multiple dragons posted at each front, so do you want to siege from all 4 corners at the same time, or do you want to create like a wall and just sort of have all of the units press in a direction?
I think that Sidiri will say, well, part of our problem is that if we all approach from one angle, then they're going to gather all their forces at one point, and it'll be a slog. And unfortunately, that means that we'll all be condensed in a smaller area. The breath attacks of the dragons will prove much more fatal in that instance. For this, think breath weapon would deal splash damage. It'd deal damage to a hex, but also some hexes around it. We'll get into the mechanics of this when we actually fight, but I didn't want to bog down too much as far as
We do
overloading
need
y'all with info.
support for the dragons attacking the airships because they have that cannonball, so they can't be alone.
And we only have 2 more aerial units. That's sort of interesting. Okay.
But so right now we have a dragon, at least 1 dragon on each ship, right?
Yeah. We also have gemstones dragons down here we've not assigned.
We have 4 more dragons, actually 5 more dragons we can assign, so we could always double up on each of the ships in just like a sort of random fashion.
Well, keep in mind that I know right now you're probably thinking like, oh, well, once they deal with the ship, they'll just move into the front lines. Because you can't wait, it's more like once they start occupying the ship, the other troops are going to move in. So you're going to want some of these dragons to match up with some of the dragons that are guarding the pathways.
We're going to need to push a couple maybe up here then, closer to that front line. And
where do we think we're going
down here too?
Are we going to go back through here and cut straight in? Or are we going to meet Hector?
I mean, that was my thought. Was to push.
You guys have your airship, so you don't have to go in on the ground forces. You would have to have ground forces fighting these guys to keep them busy. Otherwise, they would come for you. But as long as they're engaged, you think you can get by pretty easily.
So if we continue with the theme of heavy/big units on each front, we need to take Zephyros here and put him in the very north.
I agree.
To bombard.
And maybe support him with a dragon. I don't care which one.
So we need to support all of them with the dragon, it looks like. Like Joey just said, to compete with these dragons here. So let's...
One needs to go up there, one needs to go down here.
Yeah, can we put Safine with the Infernals? I sort of anticipate we may be heading that direction at some point. So let's put Safine down there with the Infernals where we think we're going. And then let's put Fegalos... does it really matter at this point? Let's put Fegalos up here with with his buddy here. They know each other.
I mean, if you really want to overthink it, you could always spread around damage types. Like we have a Storm King over here who's going to do a bunch of lightning stuff, so find somebody who complements him, kind of.
Let's put Verdi over here with Storm King, because I think that Nissa will be something different, won't she? Oh, she's still left.
Felgalis works well up here. You'll get a bonus from that because he is being a former bronze dragon, he still retains some of that lightning resistance. So the blue dragon here will be a little easier for him to grapple with.
Is she like this last is that like a healing? Was she not a healer? Was she not the one that was a
In,
healer that
in
became a
her
dragon?
humanoid form, yeah, she is a draconic dragon that is also a spellcaster. She can do healing and abjurative magics. Yeah, she doesn't have to be a healer. You can have her still fight as a dragon, but she does have that skill set as well.
Not sure where
As far
she
as
would serve best. We need to get the rest of these.
yeah,
sounds
I'm
like
thinking
we're
as far as
everything-
like infantry, cavalry, ground units are concerned, maybe avoid the ship areas. They're not going to do shit against dragons or ships, honestly. You could maybe do like some support
Agreed.
with a couple of ranged units by each ship, just to sort of give like, I don't know, ground to air combat to an extent. But
Really, you're wanting these three, or you want all of your ship encounters to have sort of equal numbers. So if they eat a dragon for them, a dragon for us. If they have a ship in the Wyverns, you want 2 support units to help that dragon out so it doesn't become overwhelmed.
yeah. It's like to me, it makes sense for each ship then to have either an aerial or artillery or a ranged and a dragon.
Let's get I'm having trouble figuring out what these are. Some of these aerial units are. Let's get one aerial unit on the black ship to give the gold dragon or the bronze dragon, whatever it is, help. That should somewhat balance those scales.
Yeah.
And then let's get the other aerial unit on the
I guess the white ship.
yeah, either one I think.
Which means we still have artillery that we could drop up north over here, I guess, by the blue ship.
Yeah, let's do it. Because then if it gets to move later, it can move in here to break this lizardman front.
And trying to think, maybe scatter the range like along the front lines just to give them extra support. Like, you know, put range at this front, the front to the west, the front to the south.
I think we need to divide. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to need to split our infantry between. God, 3 fronts is hard with what we have. If we consider ourselves a force of nature. Okay, so if we assume
If you're
we're
thinking
gonna
about
do-
it that way, though, this entire northern quadrant, we should really thin out, like remove some of the troops that are coming in, have somebody handle the Hydra maybe, and help with one of the dragons. We don't need 3-4 units up here with us.
Oh, I think these guys are handling Hydra. And then the Prince and the Dragons are going to move in to help you with these 3. So in theory, the
Okay.
green wing is fully covered. You could probably use 1 more support on the blue, 1 more on the white, and then 1 more on the black. And then we'll get into infantry and cavalry and stuff, because that's
So we
essentially
still have
useless
2
left.
dragons to drop then, so we should just choose and put
Yeah.
them on a ship.
Yeah. Send Nissa to the black ship and the brass dragon to the white wing. And then we'll put a ranged unit, any of the ranged units, or
Well,
the blue.
So you have a dragon on each of your 3 fronts, but keep in mind that your enemies on those fronts all have 2 dragons.
Oh.
So here you would have 2 dragons and a unit. It might be better to use those on your main fronts.
So you're saying move one of the dragons to like the actual front lines of the attack versus.
Yeah, so like in this instance, Bertie Zellen might be able to handle the black dragon. And really, the Storm King could probably handle a dragon himself. But like down, well, you have a Jotun and a dragon on each one. Okay, it's not as
Yeah.
unbalanced as I thought.
That's kind of what we were trying to do, is get like a big guy and a dragon on each of the fronts, plus a dragon, maybe 2 on each ship, and then just pepper in like the smaller units to go along the front lines to assist with those bigger units. I think the ships are covered, in my opinion, probably.
You could probably use
always-
1 more on the blue ship.
Yeah. If we have 1 more dragon, I think we did drop it over there, and then just scatter the rest of the units about along the front lines.
I just dropped that last dragon over here by the
Okay.
white wing. This is the only one that still has 2 for the 3.
So, do you guys think it makes more sense to drop a couple of range units up here to help with this, or?
Yeah. And then the cloud giants aren't too far away from the blue wing.
Yeah.
So if you
Because
get
the
a
other
couple
thought is we could
ranged-
always take either one of these guys and move it over to the blue wing and just say that, like, if we converge on the green ship plus one of these, like, is that enough?
Sort of like that idea of moving the copper dragon to the blue wing and letting us count as 2 tokens for the green wing plus the treants.
Yeah. I think that's the better play. You know, if we're not going to be supervising the other units, we can just trust the area we can hit, which is the horn, then the green, and we have the backup of the treants. I think that's the better play.
I was gonna line our infantry up in front of the
So-
infernal and just try to charge in there.
So for this, it will be the treants can take care of the wyverns. They probably can't handle a dragon on their own. So that would be
Yeah.
them handling the wyverns and then y'all handling the airship and the dragon. And that would be actual your combats will actually play out. It won't just be,
I mean,
speed
I
rolls.
think so because it's a ship versus a ship. We're taking our ship in, and then we can handle the dragon and hope the crew on our ship can handle the other ship, kind of.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean that would work.
I mean, it's like a aerial ship combat, and then we're trying to kill a dragon in the meantime, and let those guys handle like the little grunts.
Yeah, that would totally be cool. Most of y'all have poison immunity too, so being up against the green worm would be quite a boon. Oh, excuse me. Okay, sweet. So you have all of the ships covered. I will just scoot those to the edges of the map. They're tactically still going to be roughly where they were when you actually fight them, but this will just open up some more room for ground units and stuff.
And then I reckon, I mean, the rest of it's just smaller units. I mean, my vote is that we have 2 on each of the 3 big fronts. We just try to spread them out best we can. Make sure there's 1 ranged on each one, and then we'll have an extra range to put somewhere. Same with cavalry, same with infantry.
See, I actually wondered if we shouldn't like two ranged units on 2
Well, and
of the fronts, and then the third front be all cavalry.
Oh, yeah. Not a bad
I
idea.
will also tell you, the troops aren't necessarily like there are a lot more lizard men than anything else. But they're again not as tough as they're not going to be rolling as high on their rolls as like the Darkhold armies are.
Yeah. So you think it makes sense then to like have the infantry top load up here and just go like hand-to-hand combat and have the range units try to handle a little bit of distance where they're not going to get slaughtered? Like on the west and the south? I think what you were saying earlier makes sense. And these are the lizard men up here to the north.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it makes sense if you're going to have infantry go in anywhere, do it there, where you're going to have people who are sort of hand-to-hand combat, but not quite as strong.
Okay.
I
Who'd you like
guess.
up there?
Or the other school of thought is go with cavalry, who could just mow through them easier.
Yeah, that was my thought
Yeah.
as well. To put the cavalry back here.
You just think you put all 3 of them up there and then...
Not necessarily all of them, but
No, I think
make
I
sure
think-
we have 1 cavalry with 2 infantry. Or something like that. That way you expose the weaknesses of the infantry versus the cavalry, but then you still have infantry. Not necessarily 2 infantry, but a little bit of both.
1 infantry in the north, 3 cavalry, and then do 2 to the south, 2 to the west of infantry and ranged.
I agree with that. I think that makes sense. Like, you try to push in really hard from the north with ground troops
Yes.
and then just
Especially if they're
split.
if they're low armor ground troops and we send the most cavalry we can, it's almost like not a rout but a sweep. Y'all got the right idea of sending the cavalry through these foot soldiers and just running them down.
Yeah, I think that the Order of the Aster would volunteer to do the Fiendish front, as they have experience fighting fiends. They would get a little bonus there. The
I'd like to
Uthgard.
send- Oh yeah, I was gonna
Sorry,
send
go
them
ahead.
to the west. The Uthgard to the west. I was also thinking
Can
bargaining
do.
them to the south. What are these blue ones?
The Uthgard, you know that Brunar, the Emerald Dragon, has fought with the Uthgard in the past and regards them as battlekin. So they will both get a +1 from that. What was the last thing you just said? I'm sorry.
Bergen to the south. What are the blue
Bergen
ones?
south. Can do. The blue ones? What do you mean the blue ones?
The blue
The
tokens.
beam?
The blue.
Whatever that
individual-
LA is.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord's Alliance. I'm sorry. That's Lord's Alliance infantry.
And this is Nightstone.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And then UTG is Uthgard. The Uthgard Cavalry is the werewolves. Order of the Gauntlet, Lord's Alliance Cavalry, and then you have Zentarum, Nightstone, as well as Harper's and Lord's Alliance.
Do you want to send our troops with the cavalry, Davos, or the Lord's Alliance?
I was thinking, like, as far as any boons, like the Nightstone infantry, if they were with us, maybe they'd be motivated by their lords.
They would be
But
closest
we're
to
not-
us if we sent them north.
Right.
I would say I would allow them to get a +1 from what is it in Total War? The leadership.
Is the
Trait
sky,
or whatever.
leadership, Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say they'd get a. I would give them a +1 for that. I'm sorry, was that on the northern front?
Yeah, center of the northern front. So then the remainder will go to the western front to make sure we have
The
another.
Lord's Alliance will go to the west. Heard?
Yeah, and then take the ranged, and we'll have to. So what are put all three of the cavalry up north, please, to go with the Nightstone forces. They're going to be our
Alrighty.
hammer. You know, hammer and
Yeah.
that thing you hear about all the time on the Total War subreddit.
And you said that was the werewolves. I don't know if they're still mad at you on.
Uh, uh, canonically, no. The guy who had, Yuan killed the chieftain. I'm blanking on his name right now. And then his lieutenant took over, who hated Yuan. But
Right.
Kenneth, she was killed in the Battle of Bane. And Romulus, who is the wolf that tried to help Yuan tame his wolf, took over. So they're on good terms now.
Yeah, wrong list, my boy. The other one's they do whatever.
Then the remaining range need to be divvied up between the west and the south. So either two. What are they? If we get to flavor potential.
Zentarum, Nightstone, Harper, and Lord's Alliance. I'm trying to see if there'd be any synergy. You have the Lord's Alliance infantry here, so I'd say maybe the Lord's Alliance Rangers would be, would get a bonus because they're working with people that they work with frequently.
Put them with the Zentarum as well, please.
Yes,
Over to the west.
Wait,
Are the Zentarum and Darkhold not connected, or am I confusing that?
So yes and no. Darkhold does have a very strong presence of Zentarum. What you gather, if you ask Kella about this, she'll tell you that there are those who are in it for the money and those who are in it for the fanaticism. There are several people in Darkhold who are sworn to dark gods and believe that Tiamat coming about will further advance their own personal goals. So they are fine to be subservient to her, because they think it'll lead to the murder and ruin and things that their gods champion. But the Zentarum has sort of not fully fled the city. There are still Zent agents who are okay with that as well. But her and a majority of the Zent forces have splintered off.
Sounds like they know the most about that area and would be the most efficient.
Absolutely. I would totally allow that for a bonus.
where did you put the wolves?
They're cavalry,
They
so they're up here in the
are
north.
up here.
Okay, that makes the most sense. I was gonna say put them somewhere where they can just rip and tear through stuff.
They
Yeah.
hate lizards.
Therefore, put the Nightstone and the other one down here to the south.
Gator
Those
bites.
assist
And I don't know if
Bergen.
you just used Bergen as a token or if Bergen is actually there.
He's an
But
army.
if
I
he
think.
is,
He's our infantry in the south.
Yeah, Bergen will be leading the Order of the Gauntlet infantry.
I'm just
So
wondering
yeah,
if
he will be there, but with an
Nightstone.
army.
the Nightstone ranged would get any boon because he still is
Oh.
a Lord of Nightstone.
I would totally allow that. Oh show. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna look this over. If you could think of anybody who you're like, oh, let's pair these two or swap these two so they get a boost. But as of now, we have the 4 ships. You guys are gonna take the Green Wing with the Trents, and y'all take these 3 units. You have the Copper and the Bronze Dragon, as well as the Dwarven Artillery, taking on the Blue Wing. You have the silver and the brass dragon, as well as the Uthgart taking on the White Wing. And you have the gold and crystal dragons with the Lord's Alliance aerial units taking on the Black Wing. So far, all that sound bueno?
Yeah, we take down Isengard with the tree ants.
Yeah, exactly. And then on the north, you'll have Cavalry, Uthgard, Uthgard, Order of the Gauntlet, and Lord's Alliance Cavalry, with the Nightstone Infantry and Thogolis and Zephyros. On the western front, you have the Uthgard artillery handling the Hydra. You do have on the western front, the Storm Jotun aerial units, the Zentarum Rangers, the Emerald Dragon, the Uthgard, the Lord's Alliance Infantry, and the Lord's Alliance Range handling the western front. And on the southern front, you have the Nightstone Rangers, the Jotun Infantry, Zafine, the Order of the Gauntlet Infantry, and the Harpers taking on the Infernal. I think the one thing that would be presented is that since they're expecting reinforcements from the south, and since they have the Sea Serpent over here, they are a little under-defended. They might need a little more support there. Just because they are...
But wouldn't the whatever's left over from the White Wing be able to shift over?
It's sort of going to be happening all at the same time. Like, it's not like first turn, the airships are all going to be taken down. It's going to take time. They certainly can if their rolls go well and they clear off and they can move in earlier. But you're gathering that you're going to have, because right now you have 2 dragons and a sea serpent, which is equivalent to like an adult dragon, and then 3 infantry plus whatever reinforcements have. Now you do have the Jotun and Safine, so that's 2 of the dragons neutralized. But then you've got.
What do y'all think of maybe moving the Order of the Gauntlet Cavalry from the north to the south? We'd still have 2 cavalry, infantry. If we were just going to move.
Fair.
I'm not opposed to
And
that.
then maybe they get a boon because the Order of the Gauntlet is used to working together.
Yeah,
For
I'm
sure,
not opposed to that.
I would say they would even get a double. They would get 1 for being with the infantry, and then they would get 1 for being with Birkin specifically.
Yeah. Plus, they're fighting fiends, man. Come on, you know they're about
Yeah,
it.
exactly. You got your holy boys doing holy boy shit, and that puts all 3 of your holy units fighting fiends. So I think there would be a bonus for the. There might be a bonus for that as well. I'm going to go through this weekend telling all these up, but
I think that makes sense. Hopefully the north is not unbalanced, but again, you're dealing with, it looks like 2 dragons and just a bunch of lizard folks. So I mean, we already have 2 big units up there, and then a
Yeah.
bunch of ground
Supposedly,
troops.
hopefully the cavalry get pretty decent bonuses for running over lightly armored infantry. That's a big.
Yeah, but the
supposedly
lizard
big deal.
people.
Yeah,
They can
and if that
regenerate.
doesn't work, you have werewolves in
Yeah,
the back
eat the
ripping
horses.
everything to pieces.
Berserk.
yeah, essentially the Jotun and Thogolis would cancel out the dragons. You'd have 3 cavalry versus 5 infantry, which again, not terrible, like as far as the balance of it goes.
Well,
But,
now it's only 2 cavalry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 cavalry and
one
infantry. You're right.
Yeah.
So it'd be that 1 infantry neutralize the other infantry, and then the 2 cavalry would be fighting 2 units each. Which again, not terrible, especially with the charge bonuses. All right. Anything else that you guys see or mention or think of or think to ask before the planning is considered finalized and people begin mobilizing?
I think as far as battle plan like that, I don't have anything else. But I do need to kill Emily.
And while your deal was for anyone in your party, since you have to kill him, it does have to be you, unless Goldbrain gets his scythe back. But you were the only one who can hard cut him off now.
Right.
Devin did not like that.
I guess Gideon has it. I can take it back at any time. I guess I
No,
could
go
give
show.
him my old axe. I'll just do that while we're still recording. While they're... Oh, is he nearby? If not, I guess not.
Yeah,
I
I
know
mean,
we're
he's
still
within
on
the camp
Red Wing.
somewhere.
Yeah, I'll give him the axe of Arvindale, the first Starkeeper, because that actually makes more sense. I should have given that to him when he became Starkeeper.
No,
Maybe
that's
you
cool.
thought he was gonna die, so you didn't want to relinquish it just yet. And now that he's proven a worthy Starkeeper.
Yeah, should have given him that earlier. So
I wanted to give it to you, but I was afraid you would lose it in battles.
Oh, I guess I can't. Anyway,
There
Colby
are
does that
some perks
somewhat.
that are tied to that weapon, but you know, if you're cool with that, that's cool.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I'll do that. It makes more sense than the axe, than the scythe. Sorry.
No, you're fine, buddy. I'm just looking.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fix up my sheet later. Here a second.
this does take away like your berserker and your brutality and retaliation and stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is different than. Oh, I see. It's the same axe. I thought I had an old one. I was confused.
No, it's all just been added to that.
No, that's my
So-
fault. Never mind. He can have that after over my dead body.
Yeah, might be sooner than later.
I was about to say.
Indeed. Well,
All right. You have laid out your plans. The troops begin mobilizing. Safine says, it'll take us a little bit of time to get positioned, but I'd say by first light we should be good to move. I do need to talk with you boys, but why don't we take a bit of a break? Meet me back here in an hour or so.
Alright.
I think you kind of notice that you do not see any of the other gemstone dragons here. It is just Safine. For what that's worth.
I just
With
figured
that-
bedtime.
With that, we're going to go ahead and call a close to tonight's session. We will pick up next week with session 22. Thank you very much for joining us. Be good to yourselves and one another, and keep rolling.